Chapter 878. Gu Jingzi said, two people stay together because they are comfortable together. I marry a woman to make her happy, so I hope that you can do what you want to do and not be restrained by what you don't want to do. Mother is an example. She doesn't dare to go out often because of the trivial matters at home, so she doesn't want to affect the Gu family. However, no one knows whether she is happy living like this. I only know that she has sacrificed a lot for this, so I don't want you to sacrifice yourself like that. Lin Che was even more touched. Looking at him, she felt that if she really turned a blind eye to how good he was to her, then she wouldn't be worthy of him. She said, "Can't I go out and do other things after I become the mistress of the family?" "Of course not," Gu Jingzi said. "But mother is very cautious. She doesn't want to be surrounded by people when she goes out and complicate her social circle. She thinks that it will affect her affairs in the Gu family. For example, people you know outside might ask you to do something for them. If you don't do it, they will get angry. If you do it and it brings harm to the Gu family, you can't do anything about it. So she just doesn't have her own social circle and doesn't go out often." "Ah. Yes. Mother often says that she hasn't gone out for a long time or something. It's too lonely like this," Lin Che said. Gu Jingzi nodded. "Because father left very early, mother had to be strong on her own. But you don't need to." He lowered his head and smiled at Lin Che. "You have me. You don't have to think so much." Lin Che smiled and raised his head to look at Gu Jingzi. "I know." She thought for a moment and said, "Although I don't know how to be a mistress now, I will work hard to learn. One day, when I am qualified, I will definitely be a good wife to you." Gu Jingzi looked at her with a smile. "Don't be too tired." "Yes, I believe that many things can be taken care of as long as you put your heart into it." Gu Jingzi said, "Yes." "Then, what is the first thing to do as a mistress?" "I think the people in the Gu family don't trust me at all. After all, it's very difficult to accept a new person. Mom has been doing it for so many years, they're already used to it. If I were to do it, they would definitely doubt me." Gu Jingzi nodded and narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking. "That's right. So, the first thing we need to do is to gain their trust. Fortunately, we're not in a hurry. We can take it slow." Lin Che also nodded vigorously. As long as she had the heart, she believed that if Mu Wanqing could do it, she would definitely be able to do it. Lin Che returned to the original question, "Then that training camp, are they training bodyguards like Dong Zi?" "There are many different kinds of talents. Of course, they are divided into different training camps. Slowly, you will come into contact with them. All right, I'll take you to wash first." Although it was blissful to hug him like this, he was sweaty all over, and it wasn't particularly comfortable. He got up and carried her to the bathroom. Right then, Mo Jinyan returned home. As soon as he entered, he sensed that there was someone in the room. He narrowed his eyes and took out the gun from his pocket. He scanned the quiet room dangerously and said, "That friend came in without knocking. Jinyan, you're too cautious. This room is so carefully decorated that there's definitely no place to hide. Is there a need for that?" A voice came from inside. Hearing this voice, Mo Jinyan was stunned. Then, he put down the gun in his hand. "Uncle Yun, why are you here?" The person who came was Yun Quishan. He chuckled and walked out. "You're my big brother's adopted son. Why are you calling me uncle?" "Just call me uncle," he said. Mo Jinyan put the gun back into his pocket and found a seat in disdain. He looked at him and said, "Uncle, I've already made a promise with the Yun family that I will never announce my relationship with them to the public. Even if my godfather is in front of me, I will only respectfully call him Mr. Yun, let alone you. Just tell me, why are you here? Yun Quishan said, sigh, you're really cold-blooded. Back then, my big brother took a risk and ran into the snow to find you when you were frozen stiff. He carried you back for treatment. That was the first time I saw you in your swaddling clothes. You were much cuter than you are now. Mo Jinyen said, but I've been independent since I was 6 years old. From then on, I haven't seen you for so many years. It's obvious that you don't understand me. Yun Quishan said, that was to hide your identity and not be discovered. That's why I let you roam the world on your own. Look, the Gu family is still looking for you. Gu Qigong hasn't given up on you yet. If someone found out that you were in the Yun family, would you be able to keep your life? Big brother really put in a lot of effort to help you. Mo Jinyen raised his head and looked at Yun Quishan. Yun Quishan's face was full of slyness. Even his smile was very sophisticated. How did Yun Quishan know that the Gu family had abandoned a child? At that time, he was still young. He didn't know who the child his big brother had brought back was, and why he had hidden it so well. He only said that keeping the child would be of great use in the future, but he didn't say the specifics. It was only a few years ago, when Black Hawk's power grew, that he told Yun Quishan that Black Hawk was the child from back then, and how shocking his background was. Actually, even Yun Quishan's big brother didn't expect that after Black Hawk was released, he would develop so quickly on his own. Although he had secretly supported Black Hawk, he couldn't do it too obviously. However, Black Hawk was very talented and had perseverance, so he developed quickly on his own. He once said that it was the power of hatred. The power of hatred was very strong. It could make a person strong, cold, and courageous. Therefore, the Yun family had never hidden his origins from Black Hawk. Yun Quishan came to find him today because of the Gu family. He said, didn't you work so hard to climb up in the past so that one day, the Gu family could compensate you for everything you lost? Now that the opportunity is right in front of you, you are so close to Gu Jingze, and you are so close to Gu Xiande, why don't you do anything? We agreed that if you help me get what I want, Gu Xiande's life will be yours, but now, Mo Jinyen looked at Yun Quishan. You don't have the right to ask me to do anything. You. Yun Quishan looked at this man who was not afraid of anything. How dare he say that he didn't have the right? Why, Black Hawk, don't you want the Gu family? Don't you want everything that Gu Jingze has now? You are also the flesh and blood of the Gu family. You have the chance to have everything that he has now, and your ability is no less than Gu Jingze's. Chapter 879. Mo Jinyen looked at him. You just need to tell me why you're here. You don't have to say anything else. Just tell me what you want to do. I'm just here to remind you that Gu Jingze has just become the head of the family and his position isn't stable yet. Gu Xiande has already lost his position and can't stop you. It's a good opportunity for you to chase after him. If you don't come now, you'll have nothing when Gu Jingze's position is stable. But what's wrong with you? Are you too close to Gu Jingze? Don't take it seriously. Someone like Gu Jingze destroyed the Fong family in a few days. Now, his power has been divided. Do you think he's a person who cares about friendship? When he needs you, you're his brother. When he doesn't need you, you're nothing. So you better think carefully. You've worked so hard for so long. Are you going to give up now? Mo Jinyen sat there with his eyes narrowed. It was as if there was a bottomless abyss hidden in his eyes. Yun Quishan continued, what do you think? After a while, Mo Jinyen raised her head and said, I just got something good from Gu Jingze. Yun Quishan's eyes lit up. What is it? Mo Jinyen said, it's a military factory. Yun Quishan smiled. He trusts you a lot now. This is a good point to use. Mo Jinyan leaned there and took a deep breath. Lin Che and Gu Jingze left the Gu family together the next day. Yu Minmin was bored at home, so Lin Che and Shen Yuran went to visit her. Yu Minmin was resting in her garden. Because she was still worried about the child, she didn't go out these few days. She just stayed at home and read books and watched TV. Gu Jingming was still very strict with her. He would be very nervous even if there was a little movement. Yu Minmin was also a little nervous. However, after a few days, she had gotten used to it. She felt that even if she was pregnant, it was not a big deal. It would not be lost after walking for a while and it would be gone in a flash. The servant was also very nervous after being reminded by Gu Jingming. She kept watching Yu Minmin from the side. If there was any movement, she would rush over to check on her and ask if she needed anything. Shen Yuran said, "When your child is born, the two of us won't be the youngest in our family." Yu Minmin said, "That's enough. I don't know how long it's been. It's only been 2 months. Shen Yuran said, "You're only pregnant now, so we thought that it would be a long time. But when we looked back, we really felt that in the blink of an eye, the child was born. Moreover, when the child was born, I really had the urge to stuff the child back into the womb. So, now that I see your child in your belly, I feel really envious." Yu Minmin said, "No way. Is it that scary?" Lin Che said, "Yuran's family has 2 children born together. It must be more tiring than one of us. Don't listen to her exaggeration. They'll be fine when they grow up." Shen Yuran said, "That's because the child in your family is sensible. If he meets someone like us, he will make a fuss. You'll know." Lin Che said, "That's because you haven't spent much time with Nian Nian. When you first see him, you really think he's a little angel. However, after some time, you'll realize how frustrating it is to live with a little devil every day." Yu Minmin shook her head and said, "You're all exaggerating." Shen Yuran held Yu Minmin's arm and said, "Cherish the opportunity to be alone with Mr. President. When the child is born. TSK, if you want to be intimate with each other, it'll be like an underground meeting." Looking at Shen Yuran's aggrieved look, Lin Che couldn't help but laugh and said, "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Hey, did your child barge in when you were in the middle of being intimate? That's why you're so resentful, you're so annoying." Shen Yuran snorted with a red face. At this moment, a servant came over and said, "Madam, Mr. President is back." Lin Che and Shen Yuran immediately put away their perverted look. They looked at each other and tried not to laugh. For a moment, they were so serious that they didn't seem like themselves. As expected, Gu Jingming came back. As soon as he came in, he saw the 3 of them sitting there. He smiled and said, "Thank you for coming to visit Minmin. If there's a chance, I hope you can come to visit Glass Palace more often. Minmin is usually bored alone. I'm very grateful that you can come and accompany her." Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming, who walked to her side and said, "All right, it's not that exaggerated. I'll take these few days as a rest. Although I'm alone, I don't feel bored. There are many people at home. Naturally, they are different from your friends." Gu Jingming lowered his head and stroked her hair. He looked at her dotingly. His bright eyes were filled with love for her. The other 2 felt that it was time for them to leave. Lin Che and Shen Yuran looked at each other and stood up at the same time. Lin Che said, "We'll come as soon as we have time. I'm just afraid that you'll find us annoying if we come too often." "That won't happen," Gu Jingming said with a smile. When the 2 of them went out, Shen Yuran scratched her ears exaggeratedly and said, "Oh my God, Mr. President is so intoxicated when he looks at you, Minmin. He's so affectionate. Yeah, Minmin looks so happy now." Lin Che sighed. She was actually very unhappy that the two of them got together because Gu Jingming treated Yu Minmin so badly. However, she was really happy for them to have this day. Life is unpredictable. When we first met each other, perhaps we didn't think that this woman would live in his heart in the future. So, we shouldn't have been so full of ourselves back then, right? Shen Yuran said, "Are you talking about you and Gu Jingze? When you first met Chen Yuqing, didn't you never think that you would have a pair of twins one day?" Okay. I didn't think that he would be so annoying back then. Lin Che said, "Yeah, I thought so too. Back then, I told myself not to fall in love with Gu Jingze, but who knew that it would turn out like this?" The two of them sighed as they walked. Lin Che said, "What have you been doing recently?" "I'm still doing experiments, doing documents, and running around with some information. But because I have to take care of the child, I don't care so much. I don't know what to do now. I always feel that I have a lot of time, but I don't know how I get by every day." Lin Che suddenly remembered that she wanted to do something about the film company. "If you have time, you can come and do it with me. Yu Minmin and I were preparing to start our own film company, but now that she is pregnant, I think Mr. President won't let her be so tired. We are short of manpower." Film company. Is it a TV series or a movie? Chapter 880. Yeah, we need a manager. Hurry up and ask your Chen Yuqing to come over and invest some money. He draws so much money every year. Where is he hiding it? He doesn't even take it out. When Shen Yuran heard this, he had some thoughts in his mind. She said, "I'll go back and discuss it with Chen Yuqing. I'm just worried that I'll mess it up since I've never done it before." "Do you have to try everything?" Hee, are you afraid that you'll lose all of Chen Yuqing's money? He can get tens of millions of yuan a year from Gu Jingze. Our company only has tens of millions of yuan to invest. We won't lose everything," Lin Che said. Shen Yuran looked at her. TSK. You're here to ask for your husband's money, aren't you? I just got the money from your family and I'll return it to you later. You and your wife really have a good plan. You found out, hee. The two of them went out fooling around. But Shen Yuran really decided to think about it when she went back. The news of Lin Che attending Nangong Yu's press conference was soon broadcasted. Lin Che's character was called Mina. She was a girl who made a living by lying. She lived in all kinds of lies every day and could change her identity to fool different people at any time. Lin Che liked this character very much. At the press conference, the name of the movie was said as, "Who's My Name?" It sounded very unique to Nangong Yu. But just from the name, you wouldn't know what it was about. Lin Che would be joining the crew soon, so she went to attend the opening ceremony and meet with the lead actors. The male lead was an old cured meat called Jun Lin Han. He was 35 years old, but he had countless female fans. He was a very charming old actor. Although it was said on TV that one couldn't tell his age from his face, she could still see that there were a lot of wrinkles on his face. It was just that he looked better on camera, so he didn't look old, so he still looked very young. But he was really nice. When he saw Lin Che, he took the initiative to shake hands and said to her, "Nangong told me that you're the female lead this time. I'm looking forward to it. Nice to meet you. It's our first time working together. I hope we can work well together." They were all seniors, so Lin Che was very respectful. "Brother Han, please take care of me in the future." Not at all. Everyone should support each other." He couldn't say much in front of Nangong, but behind his back, he said to Lin Che as he lazily leaned against the wall, "I think that this movie will have a good reputation. But first of all, it's a comedy, so it's different from those IP adaptations. Second, Nangong's movies are all very fresh, so I think the box office will definitely be good, but it won't be too good either. Sigh, but since Nangong's reputation is so good, having acted in one of his movies can be considered gilded. It'll be very helpful for an artist's image. Lin Che said, anyway, it's fine as long as we don't lose money. I think this script is pretty good, and with Brother Han's participation, the box office sales will definitely not be bad. What a sweet talker. Jun Lin sneered. The two of them were the main leads in this movie, so they would definitely have a lot of scenes together in the future, so they often talk together in private. But other than the two of them, there would be many other guest stars in this movie. They might not have as many scenes as the two of them, and some of them would only appear for a while because of their friendship. Shui Yang was also introduced by Lin Che to be a guest star, and Nangong readily agreed. But one good thing about this kind of movie with a small investment was that everyone was quite familiar with it. Making a movie wasn't as stressful as making a big movie. Everyone shot the scene like it was a game, and it was much easier than filming in the past. On the internet, someone posted a few photos of Lin Che and Jun Lin Han. Everyone was very envious, thinking that Lin Che was really a harvester of handsome men. All the actors that she had worked with were handsome men. Now that she had Jun Lin Han in her bag, many fangirls were extremely envious. That day, she returned home from the set. Before she entered the house, she heard Gu Jingze smash something in the room. The servants didn't dare to breathe loudly, and the room was silent. Lin Che was puzzled. She never thought that Gu Jingze would be so angry. Standing at the door, she didn't go in. She stood outside and watched. Gu Jingze stood there, emitting a cold aura that made the whole room cold. It was as if everyone was in an ice house. Lin Che heard Gu Jingze say, "Get someone to contact Mo Jinyan." The servant said, "Sir, Mr. Mo can't be reached. He's probably not in country C. What should we do?" "Then contact him abroad." Gu Jingze turned around silently, and said with a stern gaze, "Do you need me to teach you?" Lin Che was puzzled. Why did they have to contact Mo Jinyan? Moreover, it seemed to be an urgent matter. Gu Jingze looked up and saw that Lin Che was actually watching from outside. He took a deep breath, and the expression on his face disappeared. "What are you looking at? Why did you leave Madam standing at the door?" Seeing this, the servant quickly came out to open the door. Lin Che walked in quickly and said, "It's nothing, I just came back." He walked slowly to Gu Jingze's side, and looked at him. "What happened?" Gu Jingze's voice was no longer as violent as before. Seeing this, the servants quickly heaved a sigh of relief. They felt that Madam's return was their savior. Gu Jingze said, "It's nothing, just some company matters." "Why did you suddenly come back?" Lin Che walked in with his arm around her waist. She looked up, but didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked, "No, something must have happened, right?" If nothing had happened, Gu Jingze wouldn't be like this. She had never seen Gu Jingze so angry. Gu Jingze pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Lin Che looked at him deeply. "If you don't say it, I'll be even more worried and let my imagination run wild. I don't even know what I'm thinking about." Hearing this, Gu Jingze lowered his head to look at her. Lin Che's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. She desperately wanted him to answer her. Gu Jingze took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. All right. He really didn't know what to do with her. Seeing this gaze of hers, he had already compromised. Moreover, he was indeed worried that she would let her imagination run wild. Actually, it's not a big deal. After the Fong family was destroyed, some of the military power that they left behind has been slowly divided. However, a military factory has just been revealed. Someone is spreading the news that this factory is in the hands of the Gu family, which is also in my hands. There are also people who are urging the Senate to question the president. They want to know why the military affairs of the country are related to the Gu family. They want to know if he can't distinguish between public and private affairs, and put national affairs above his own family to benefit the Gu family. Chapter 881. What does that mean? Lin Che asked curiously. Gu Jingzi said, it means that some people think that the Gu family is interfering with politics. Lin Che seemed to understand. This seemed to be quite a big problem. If word got out, would it affect Gu Jingming's position as president? Gu Jingzi said, therefore, this factory must be temporarily shut down. The factory has just received several big orders, including some from A Nation, England, Europe, and the United States. The losses are more than a few billion. Moreover, it is unknown whether we can be trusted by them in the future and continue to cooperate with them. Hearing this, Lin Che's heart sank. It's that serious. Is this factory very powerful? The factory doesn't produce weapons directly, but spare parts. Many of the spare parts are the most advanced parts that every country needs and use the most advanced technology. That's why the counterfeiting rate is very high and the selling price is also very high. Country C has more manpower, so these detailed jobs can be taken over by the factory in Country C. But now they are forced to shut down. Gu Jingzi walked leisurely to the window. I just handed the factory over to Mo Jinyan and something happened. Now Mo Jinyan is nowhere to be found. What? So you're saying that this might have something to do with Mo Jinyan? Lin Che thought that Black Hawk wasn't a good person to begin with. It wasn't like he hadn't cheated them before. Recently, he had gotten closer to Gu Jingzi, which made Lin Che feel that he wasn't that bad after all. Now it had something to do with him again. She said, he caused trouble right after he got the factory. You also said that he's always been against the Gu family. Did he get close to you on purpose this time? He pretended to be friendly with you and immediately betrayed you when he got the chance. Actually, he was just using another method to betray you, right? Gu Jingzi turned around and looked at her. You're much smarter today. Lin Che was speechless. Is this a very obvious question? Besides, I'm analyzing it with you seriously. Gu Jingzi returned to her side and sat down on the bed with her in his arms. He continued, this matter needs to be dealt with slowly. It's true that I didn't see through Mo Jinyan and blindly trusted him. But every decision in the business world is actually a risk. It's all a bet. It's okay even if I lose this time. Don't worry, I'll probably be a little busy these days because I have to deal with these things. Just do what you need to do. I don't need you to worry about me. Lin Che said. Gu Jingzi looked down at her face. I don't want you to worry about me. Tell me you're not worried. Yes, I'm not worried. Lin Che promised helplessly. Gu Jingzi frowned and glared at her. You agreed too quickly. You're being perfunctory. Lin Che also furrowed his brows. But how can I not be worried? I can't lie to you. I will indeed be a little worried, but I believe that you will definitely be able to handle it. So even if I am worried for a few days, it doesn't matter. I trust your ability. Lin Che had always thought that Gu Jingzi was omnipotent, and he still was. But as a wife, she was worried. Looking at his face, she smiled faintly. He looked at her deeply, and in his heart, he knew, even if it was for her, he would never let himself be defeated like this. He was not a person who would easily admit defeat. In the past, he had always been moving forward. He was not pushed by anyone, but he was pushed by himself. He forced himself to constantly become stronger, and that was because he never liked to lose. Now, there was Lin Che and Gu Xinian. For the sake of the people he cared about, he would never allow himself to admit defeat. Thinking of Lin Che, thinking of protecting her and giving her the best life, he had more strength. The anger from before had miraculously disappeared when he looked at her beautiful and clear eyes. Instead, he had regained his rationality. Looking at Lin Che, he smiled and kissed her cheek. Gu Jingze had said that he would be very busy recently, so they really missed each other for a few days. When she arrived at the set, he was at home. When she returned home, he had already left. When Lin Che came back one day, he heard the servants talking about the factory. Although Gu Jingze had already asked people to deal with the factory, the family felt that Gu Jingze had trusted the wrong person and caused them to lose billions of yuan. It was still a question whether the loss could be recovered. So, the family was a little disappointed with Gu Jingze. After all, this was his first year as the head of the family. In the past, when Gu Xiande was the head of the family, such a thing had never happened. He had just taken the position, and something big had happened. Everyone was a little unhappy with Gu Jingze. The servant said in private, "I wonder if Sir will be asked to stop using the power of the head of the family. But if Sir doesn't become the head of the family, who else can?" Although old Master Gu just had an operation, his body is not too weak. I heard that someone wants old Master Gu to help manage the Gu family again. But how will outsiders look at Sir? So Sir must be under a lot of pressure. Lin Che stood there and listened. She couldn't help but lean against the wall, wondering if she had any way to help Gu Jingze. However, she couldn't think of any way to help. Lin Che wondered if she was a little useless. Sitting outside the set, Lin Che watched the people walking back and forth on the set. She didn't have any scenes today, but she still came to the film set. Just as she was in a daze, someone suddenly appeared beside her. It was Situ Cheong. She sat down casually and looked at Lin Che. "What's wrong? You look unhappy." Lin Che looked at Situ Cheong in surprise. "Hey, why are you here?" "Oh, I'm here to make a cameo. Didn't you know?" You're here to make a cameo?" Lin Che blinked. She really didn't know. There were quite a lot of cameos in this movie, and she hadn't watched it carefully. Situ Cheong said, "Yes, the movie company agreed to help me promote my charity organization, but in exchange, I have to make a cameo." The crew saw that Situ Cheong was talking to Lin Che, so they didn't disturb them. Situ Cheong looked at her and said, "You haven't told me what happened. You look so pale." Lin Che said, "Haven't you heard that something happened to the Gu family recently?" "Oh, you mean the relationship between the Gu family and the military factory?" "Yes. I heard that Gu Jingze is looking for someone to buy the military factory. He wants to change the legal owner of the factory to the name of a legitimate business owner, so that the factory can continue operating." "Ah. Does that mean there's a solution?" "No, I just heard that he's looking for someone to buy it." But a military factory needs at least 10 billion to buy, and there aren't many people who have that kind of capital. Lin Che thought that if something happened to these rich and powerful families, ordinary tycoons could only look up to them. This amount was not something that ordinary tycoons could afford. Chapter 882. In Gu Jing's office. Qin Hao came in and said, "Sir, Miss Yun is here." Gu Jingze said, "I won't be seeing her." Qin Hao said, "Miss Yun said that it has something to do with the military factory." Gu Jingze looked up slowly. After a while, he finally nodded. Not long after, Yun Luo walked in. Seeing Gu Jingze, she smiled and welcomed him in. Jingze, how are you? Gu Jingze looked up. His eyes were emotionless. When he looked at her, he felt a chill. What's the matter? Yun Luo felt that Gu Jingze had become colder and colder towards her after Lin Che's return. She felt disappointed. But Yun Luo knew that what she wanted to say today was very important. It was important enough to make Gu Jingze waver. Jingze, I heard that you're worried about the military factory. Is that so? It seems like news travels fast, Gu Jingze said calmly. Yun Luo said, why didn't you tell me? Maybe I could have helped, Yun Luo said weakly. Gu Jingze said, I don't have a deep relationship with Miss Yun, so it's not good to disturb you. Yun Luo felt a heavy blow in her heart. She pinched her fingers weakly. Jingze, you didn't call me Miss Yun in the past. You always called me Yun Luo. What's going on? Why is it that after Lin Che came back, you seem to have changed into a different person? Could it be that Lin Che not liking me has something to do with you? Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Miss Yun, firstly, I have nothing to do with you. Secondly, you're right. My wife doesn't like me to be too close to women. Yun Luo's gaze was fixed. The great Gu Jingze actually said that he didn't want to be close to women because of his wife. What right did Lin Che have? Why did he have to be so humble in front of Lin Che? But Yun Luo could only think about it in her heart. She couldn't say it out loud. She looked at Gu Jingze. What if I say that the Yun family is willing to buy the military factory? Gu Jingze's eyes wandered and slowly focused on her. Yun Luo said, I've already discussed it with my father. He's willing to help you, and he's willing to pay. After all, our families have been friends for generations, and you and I are also friends. Gu Jingze chuckled and looked at her. There's no need for that, Miss Yun. The Gu family will figure out a solution for themselves. Jingze, don't be so calculative at a time like this, okay? Just think of it as you help me research heart valves, and I help you. We're just working together. Isn't that enough? In any case, we've always been in a cooperative relationship. Or could it be that in the past, your position in our relationship was too deep? If you get too close to me, you'll feel guilty when you face Lin Che. Yun Luo had never said so much before. However, she was really worried about Gu Jingze, so she didn't care about anything else. Gu Jingze calmly raised his head and looked at her. Is that really what you think? That's right, that's what I think. Really, Jingze, let's work together. After all, if we buy the military factory, we'll definitely make a profit, won't we? It's just that other families probably don't have enough money to sell it, so they can only sigh in their hearts that they won't be able to get a piece of the pie. Naturally, when they heard that the Gu family was going to sell the military factory, many rich people had already thought of ways to buy it. They really wanted to sell their underwear to buy this piece of meat. Unfortunately, not many people could come up with this amount of money. Gu Jingze said, all right, I'll think about it. Yun Luo heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled at him and said, I hope I can help you. She looked at him tenderly. For him, she was willing to give up many things. She could even throw away her pride as the eldest daughter of the Yun family and willingly become the mistress in everyone's eyes. Anyway, everyone could see who was more worthy of Gu Jingze. The one who was worthy of Gu Jingze was the original wife. The one who didn't deserve Gu Jingze would be regarded as superfluous by everyone. Yun Luo left the office. Gu Jingze looked ahead quietly. When he saw Qin Hao walk in, he asked, has Yun Luo left? Yes, sir. Gu Jingze asked, you still can't contact Mo Jinyan? Yes, I can't find him at all. Gu Jingze harumphed. Something happened to the military factory, Mo Jinyan went missing, and the Yun family came looking for us. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? Qin Hao said, that's right. I think it's strange too. Even the Liu family can't gather so much spare cash in such a short time. Why does it seem like the Yun family is already prepared? These rich people definitely had tens of billions of dollars, but the point was that everyone loved to invest money. Money made money, and they wouldn't just leave it in the bank to rot. So even if they were rich, they wouldn't have a lot of spare cash. Gu Jingze said, looks like someone really thinks that I've just taken office and my foundation isn't stable yet, so they want to provoke me. Gu Jingze's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The coldness in his eyes made Qin Hao, who was watching from the side, feel a chill run down his spine. He thought that this person who dared to provoke him must be tired of living. Lin Che happened to walk into the Gu family's headquarters at this moment. The moment he entered, he saw Yun Luo walking out. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Yun Luo looked at her with a smile. She recalled what Gu Jingze had said, that because of Lin Che, he didn't want to be too close to her. Lin Che's face was very beautiful, and his figure was also very good. Compared to him, she looked much more delicate. She had always been sick, and her face was also pale. Lin Che looked at her face, which was white and rosy, making people feel that she was healthy. Yun Luo smiled. Miss Lin. Lin Che chuckled. Miss Yun, what a coincidence. He actually bumped into her here. Lin Che hadn't come here in 800 years. This time, because he was a little worried about Gu Jingze, he suddenly wanted to see him, but he didn't expect to bump into Yun Luo here. Yun Luo said, I know that Jingze is in some trouble now and needs help, so I came over to take a look. Is that so? Miss Yun is very considerate. Lin Che looked at her in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. His gaze made Yun Luo feel even more flustered and uncomfortable. Wasn't she just an entertainer? Why did she have such an oppressive aura when she looked at him? No matter what Yun Luo said, she always looked so indifferent. Wasn't it because she was doted on by Gu Jingze? Yun Luo said, but you don't have to worry. I've already told Gu Jingze that I'm willing to buy the military factory, so he doesn't have to worry. Lin Che paused. He looked at Yun Luo with a hint of surprise in his calm gaze. Yun Luo said, you don't have to thank me. I'm not doing this for you. But I also want to remind you that I have the ability to help Lin Che because I am the eldest daughter of the Yun family. Chapter 883. Yun Luo said, perhaps you think that Gu Jingze is already very powerful, that he can cover the sky with one hand, and that he has the ability to do anything. But this incident will make you understand that it's not so easy to live in a wealthy family. Gu Jingze also has his troubles, and his troubles are even more troublesome than those of an average person, because it's not something that an average person can solve. But I can. So, Lin Che, there's something that I don't know if I should say. She lifted her skirt and took a small step forward. Looking at Lin Che, she said sorrowfully, Lin Che, I know that you love Gu Jingze very much, so much that you can't extricate yourself from it. After all, he's the only man like him in this world. You've been with him for so many years, and your feelings for him are very strong. But I still want to beg you, please let him go. You really can't bring him any benefits by being with him. You'll only hold him back. If something happens, you won't be able to help him at all. I'm begging you, okay? Lin Che looked at Yun Luo, not knowing how she could have the face to say such words. Begging her to let Gu Jingze go. Lin Che laughed coldly and looked at Yun Luo. Move aside. Miss Lin. Yun Luo pulled on her hand with a pitiful look on her face. Her pleading look made the onlookers anxious. I'm asking you to let go of me, Miss Yun. Lin Che was forcefully pulled on by her. She just wouldn't let go, as if she wouldn't let go if Lin Che didn't agree. Lin Che felt that she had had enough. He didn't like strangers touching him like this, but she just had to be so shameless. Lin Che looked at Yun Luo. Do you think this is a game? That I can let go just because you say so? If you don't let go of me no matter what, I'll give up on Gu Jingze. Don't think too simply. You're Miss Yun, but not everyone in the world is your mother. No one has the obligation to give in to you. You. Yun Luo's grip loosened, and she suddenly fell to the ground. Her lips turned purple. She fell to the ground and didn't move. The servants of the Yun family jumped in fright and rushed over. Miss, what's wrong? Yun Luo was having a heart attack. She raised her head and looked at Lin Che resentfully. You can live for many years, but I can die at any time. You can meet many men, but I only love him. Why can't you give him to me? The servant next to her snorted. Miss, this kind of selfish woman won't let go of Mr. Gu even if her status is low. You don't have to waste your breath on her. Let's hurry to the hospital. Anyway, everyone can see who is worthy of Mr. Gu and who isn't. A few people dragged Yun Luo out. Lin Che stood there and felt that it was inconceivable. What kind of bandit theory was this? She was weak, so Lin Che had to give up his husband to her. She had a high status, so was she the only one who could choose the best man in the world? Lin Che shook his head speechlessly. However, he saw that the surrounding people were all staring at her, as if trying to guess what had just happened here. But when Lin Che raised his head and looked at them, everyone hurriedly pretended that nothing had happened and lowered their heads to do their own things. Everyone wanted to know what the daily lives of these young madams were like. But it was the first time they had seen such an incident. Naturally, the news spread like wildfire. However, there were so many versions of the story that people couldn't help but sigh. The public's ability to make up stories was really amazing. It turned out that the world didn't lack good scriptwriters. Some television dramas were so ugly. It must be because they didn't use the power of the masses. The experts were actually among the people. Lin Che arrived at Gu Jingze's door. Qin Hao saw her and hurriedly went up to her. Now that most people in the company knew that Lin Che could come and go as she pleased, no one dared to stop her. Her sudden appearance was a little scary. Qin Hao hurriedly said, Madam, you're here. Sir is in his office. Oh, I didn't disturb him, did I? Lin Che's expression was still a little ugly after what had just happened. How could that be? It won't be a disturbance no matter when you appear. Please come in. Qin Hao followed Lin Che and opened the door for her. As long as Lin Che came, even if she didn't knock on the door or announce her arrival, Sir would definitely not blame anyone when he saw her. He would only welcome her in with a smile. As expected, when Qin Hao saw Gu Jingze raise his head, his eyes, which were originally filled with a storm, immediately softened when he saw Lin Che. Why are you here? Gu Jingze stood up and walked over. He waved his hand and gestured for Qin Hao to leave first. Qin Hao hurriedly retreated, leaving the room for the couple. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. Is there a change in the situation? Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and looked at her. How did you know? Did you see Yun Luo just now? Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that there was a change in the situation. Her gaze was still so confident. Lin Che said, Wow, you can even guess that. Gu Jingze tapped the tip of her nose. Of course. Your little thoughts can't escape my eyes. This was because he had always been a meticulous observer of people. As long as he wanted to, it was not difficult for him to pry into someone's thoughts. Moreover, it was Lin Che. He would only look even more carefully, so if there was anything wrong with her, he would immediately sense it. He said, "What did Yunluo say?" "Nothing much. She just said that she's prepared to help you." Gu Jingzi said, "That's all." "What else?" "What else did she say?" Lin Che had learned to answer his questions with rhetorical questions. Gu Jingzi looked at her deeply. He took her hand and kissed it. "I won't ask for her help." "Why not?" But Lin Che said, "If you want her help, it'll be a waste. Anyway, she's doing it voluntarily, isn't she? It's not like she's selling her husband. If you take her money, you have to be with her. If she gives you money, you won't get her and the money will be wasted. Isn't that better?" "Humph." Gu Jingzi looked at her. "Are you really that open-minded?" Lin Che nodded. "Of course." She looked at Gu Jingzi. "I believe in you. You must have your own way of dealing with things. I don't want you to change your strategy because of me. Gu Jingzi, don't worry about me. Do what you have to do. I really think that no matter what tricks she uses, I'll look at her from the same height as you. She's just a clown. No matter what she does, it'll be useless. Isn't that fun?" After a while, Gu Jingzi looked at her deeply. He tapped her head and said, "You've learned to be bad now." "Of course. This is called being stained by one's company." She tapped his firm stomach. He narrowed his eyes at her. "Close." "Not close enough. I'll stain you even more." He leaned over and she took a few steps back gloomily. "What are you doing?" "When the distance is negative, it's really close. Let's try it if you don't believe me." Chapter 884. Lin Che blushed. She felt that every time she came, she would make a mess in the office. She wondered who was cleaning up outside. How embarrassing. However, Gu Jingzi had already put his arms around her. He couldn't help but put her on the desk. He lowered his head and looked at her. "I just like it here. You're so annoying. What kind of weird fetish is this?" Lin Che said with a flushed face. Gu Jingzi's tongue slid across her neck. "This way, when I work here every day, I can think back to the time when you were hovering between life and death. It's as if I can see you at any time, perverted." She felt that the scene was a little too lewd. She hadn't expected him to be this kind of Gu Jingzi. However, Lin Che's body couldn't help but tense up because of the tip of his tongue. She hugged his body tightly. Gu Jingzi knew that she was nervous. However, the more nervous she was, the more sensitive her body was. Therefore, he really liked to tease her here, until her body was flooded with water, and when he entered, he could do it very smoothly. It was a very comfortable feeling. However, Gu Jingzi felt that women were made of water. This saying was really true. She was made of water, and she was so moist that he was fascinated by her. No matter where she was, he felt that he couldn't get enough of kissing her. After the two of them were done, Lin Che still felt a little embarrassed when she thought about it. She was worried that if she screamed too loudly, someone would hear her. The louder her voice was, the more excited he seemed to be, so his strength also increased. The two of them went back and forth like this, and in the end, she really did not dare to see anyone because she was too shy to see anyone. After washing up, he said to her, "Actually, you don't have to worry about Yunluo. I have my own plans." Lin Che said, "You have a way to solve it, don't you?" "Yes. And I will let those who betray me and those who plot against me know the consequences of plotting against me." I think that the disappearance of the Fong family hasn't given them enough warning. Or maybe they think that they won't become the next Fong family, so they are so arrogant, those who betrayed him. Was he talking about Black Eagle? Lin Che looked at him and didn't say anything else. She didn't want to interfere too much with his affairs because she really trusted him. Lin Che felt that it was very strange. There was no such thing as an omnipotent person in the world. However, he gave people a feeling that he was omnipotent. And outside, everyone started to spread the word that the Yun family was going to join the Gu family in this crisis. Actually, everyone knew that it was because of Gu Jingze. Yun Luo had personally stepped forward to say that he wanted to help. His intentions were clear, and Gu Jingze had obviously agreed to help the Yun family. Everyone began to guess what Gu Jingze meant. However, some people also said that Gu Jingze had no choice but to accept the Yun family's help at this time, because Gu Jingze had just become the head of the family, and his position was not stable yet. Now, some people had begun to question whether this matter was big or small. If it was not solved as soon as possible, it would not only affect Gu Jingming, but also Gu Jingze's position in the Gu family. Therefore, it had to be solved as soon as possible. Gu Jingze must have thought of this, which was why he had no choice but to accept the Yun family's help. At this time, everyone also saw a new possibility for the Yun and Gu families to unite. The Gu family themselves also felt that Yun Luo was indeed more suitable for Gu Jingze. If the two of them were together, it would definitely be good for the Gu family and the Yun family, just like the strong union between the Lu family and the Gu family. Seeing that Gu Jingze was willing to cooperate with the Yun family, the Gu family suddenly thought that Gu Jingze might have the same idea. It seemed that no matter how much Gu Jingze doted on Lin Che, he still had to face reality. Actually, even if he married Yun Luo, he would not have to leave Lin Che. He could still dote on Lin Che if he wanted to. Actually, after thinking it through, wouldn't it be better to have the best of both worlds? However, those who thought that Lin Che would definitely be the mistress of the Gu family when he returned to Country C started to waver again. It seemed that without any status, it would be difficult for Lin Che to be the mistress of the Gu family. Not to mention anything else, he did not have much confidence. It would not be easy to convince the public. It seemed that Lin Che could not make it in the end. From the looks of it, his position was definitely in danger. Some people even said that Lin Che had already fought with Yun Luo at the company that day. The two of them were like fire and water, and Lin Che had even pushed Yun Luo until she had a heart attack. Some people even said that Lin Che knew that his position was in danger, so he was so angry that he wanted to kill Yun Luo. Unfortunately, Yun Luo was lucky. Moreover, she was the young mistress of the Yun family. No matter how much money she spent, she managed to save her life at the hospital. There were all kinds of rumors. When Yu Minmin called Lin Che and told him about it, Lin Che found it extremely funny. Yu Minmin said, "But now it seems that you really have to think about how to improve your position." Lin Che said, "I will. You have to take care of the fetus too. Don't worry about me. Gu Jingze will take care of this matter. I will be careful too. You don't have to worry about it." Yu Minmin only felt that this matter had been caused by Gu Jingming. Now, it was like a rolling snowball. It was getting bigger and bigger, and he had even implicated Lin Che. It was really infuriating. And Yu Minmin was not the only one who was angry. In the office, when Gu Jingze saw these rumors, he narrowed his eyes and threw the computer on the floor. He looked at Qin Hao and said, "Who is the one spreading these rumors?" Qin Hao felt that these people in the company were going to suffer. They dared to speak ill of Madame and even spread rumors. When Gu Jingze heard this, he felt sorry for Lin Che. He was also angry that these people dared to say such things about her. They could humiliate him, but to humiliate Lin Che was definitely challenging his bottom line. Gu Jingze looked ahead and said unhurriedly, I think the servants in the Gu family are becoming more and more unruly. And don't these idle people in the company have too much time on their hands? Do they have nothing to do? The company gave them such a high salary just to let them gossip. Are they taking me for a fool to fool around with? His eyes moved and he said straightforwardly, Qin Hao, find out who spread the rumors. Start reorganizing the Gu family. Those servants who are unwilling to continue working in the Gu family, chase them out of the Gu family. Send them out of country C and never hire them again. Yes. Sir. Qin Hao felt a wave of turbulent waves in his heart. He didn't dare to say another word. He hurriedly went to deal with these matters and strive to make these rumors disappear within a day. It could also be considered as a warning to people to wake up and think that Gu Jingze would treat Lin Che unfairly. That was simply a dream. Chapter 885. Qin Hao quickly did as he was told. He made an example out of everyone who had spread these rumors and sent them out of the Gu family. They were all sent out of country C and never allowed to enter the country again. This made the servants of the Gu family shut their mouths. They knew that they were not allowed to talk too much in the Gu family. When they were being trained, the first rule was that they were not allowed to gossip. But recently, the Gu family had been in a mess, so they were all anxious and had forgotten the rules. Now that Gu Jingze had reminded them, they became cautious again. Even if they had any thoughts in their hearts or saw something with their eyes, they would never speak of it to anyone else. And those who had spread these rumors in the Gu family had all been fired. Gu Jingze's domineering attitude made the Gu family much quieter. Everyone knew that these secrets of the wealthy were not to be gossiped about. It was more practical to work honestly. After all, it was not easy to get a job in the Gu family. If you got kicked out, you would really be homeless. These servants and staff had been fired, but there was no way to warn everyone about the rumors among the wealthy. So, many young ladies were still guessing if the Yun family was really going to cooperate with the Gu family, and if Yun Luo could really use this matter to get close to Gu Jingze. They naturally admired Yun Luo. In order to get into Gu Jingze's eyes, she had really spent a lot of money. But they were also envious of Yun Luo. They were envious that she could afford it. After all, if she really married Gu Jingze, the Gu family's assets would be much more than this amount. In short, the wealthy had already started to spread rumors about the relationship between Gu Jingze and Yun Luo. At the same time, Gu Jingze had already started the handover of the military factory. Gu Jingze looked at the handover documents and his eyes flashed. He raised his head and said to Qin Hao, spread the news that the Yun family is about to buy the military factory into the Yun family's pocket. At that time, the revenue will definitely be higher, and the profits will also double. Because the Yun family is a big military power in Country M. Now, all the military equipment in Country M will definitely be produced by this military factory. In addition to the orders from other countries, the Yun family is prepared to buy the military factory, and the profits will be very high. Qin Hao looked at Gu Jingze strangely. Sir, what's the purpose of spreading this? Gu Jingze said, no matter what method the Yun family used to persuade Mo Jinyan to cooperate with them, Mo Jinyan's motive was definitely not to help the Yun family, but to deal with the Gu family. Mo Jinyan had a grudge with the Gu family that we didn't know about. Now, I'm guessing that because of this grudge, he wants to take revenge on the Gu family, so he took this opportunity to cooperate with the Yun family. However, I spread this news to tell Mo Jinyan that the Yun family is cooperating with him on the surface, but in fact, it's for their own profit. That's why they prepared 10 billion in advance. I've worked with him for so long, and I know that he's not someone who likes to be used, Qin Hao said. Sir, I understand now. We want to sow discord between him and the Yun clan. Gu Jingze slowly tidied up the things in front of him. We're not trying to sow discord. We're just informing Mo Jinyan, who might not have received timely information after leaving Country C, that he's being used. Qin Hao nodded his head in understanding. He wondered how Mo Jinyan was going to deal with the Yun family when the time came with a bad temper and vengeance. Actually, this didn't seem to be any different from what the Yun family had planned. Yun Kuishan looked at Yun Luo. You have to do well this time. Dad has done everything for you. He even used the last trump card of the Yun family. Sigh. Yun Luo's expression was still a little weak as he looked at Yun Kuishan. But will Gu Jingze really abandon Lin Che because of this? Can't he see it himself? Since he's already accepted this help, it means that he's already let go. Yun Kuishan wasn't worried about Gu Jingze. He was worried about Mo Jinyan. As expected, at this moment, someone suddenly said outside the Yun family, "Sir, it's bad. Someone is looking for you." From the looks of it, they don't come with good intentions. Yun Kuishan frowned. Seeing his housekeeper so frightened, it seemed like the person who came was not an ordinary person. Outside, Mo Jinyan barged in with his men. The living room was dark. The moment Yun Kuishan came out, he froze. "Black Eagle, what are you doing?" Outside, the Yun family servants were chased out by Mo Jinyan's men. One by one, they were tied up and thrown at the Yun family's main entrance. The Yun family lived in a high-class villa garden. Many of Country C's famous tycoons lived nearby. Coming and going, they saw the Yun family servants tied up and kneeling outside. Wouldn't that make the Yun family completely lose face here? Mo Jinyan looked at Yun Kuishan. His expression seemed indifferent, but it was dark and gloomy. "Nothing, but they wouldn't let me in. In order to see you, I had to ask them to leave first." "You, Black Eagle, are you trying to fall out with me?" Yun Kuishan's face darkened. Mo Jinyan snorted. "Yun Kuishan, do you think I don't dare to touch you? Back then, you said that you wanted to use the military factory to get Gu Jingze out of the Gu family and leave his position as the patriarch. Now, you're using me while working with Gu Jingze to help him buy the military factory. Hee, do you think I, Mo Jinyan, am easy to bully? Or do you think I, Mo Jinyan, am a fool that can be toyed with?" Yun Kuishan had asked him to go to Country A to rest first. He had thought that by the time Black Eagle found out and came looking for trouble, the handover of the military factory would have been over and he wouldn't be able to do anything. He hadn't expected him to find out so quickly. Yun Kuishan looked at Black Eagle, who arrogantly brought people into the Yun family. He hadn't expected Black Eagle to be so daring. Wasn't he afraid of falling out with the Yun family? Yun Kuishan said, "Black Eagle, you better be clear. I am indeed on the same side as you, but now is not the time to bring Gu Jingze down completely. We have to do it step by step," Black Hawk snorted. "Uncle Yun, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old kid? That's not what you said a few days ago. You said that this is the best chance to take him down. Maybe it's the only chance. Isn't it a little too late to change your mind now?" Yun Kuishan's face hurt from embarrassment. Looking at Black Eagle's imposing manner and the people who followed him in, he said angrily, "Black Eagle, take your people and leave the Yun family. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "Alright, I'd like to see how rude you're going to be." Black Eagle's face darkened. He took a step forward with his big leather shoes. His invincible stance made Yun Kuishan lose half of his imposing manner. Chapter 886. However, Yun Kuishan had always been sinister. He looked at Imogen Yen and said, "Black Eagle, my big brother didn't tell you everything about your background. Don't you want to know all the details?" Imogen Yen froze. He looked at Yun Kuishan in disbelief. "What are you trying to say?" "Listen to me, Black Eagle." Yun Kuishan walked forward and said to Imogen Yen, "Big brother said that your father didn't know you were abandoned. He looked for you for many years and has never given up on you. In order to find you, he even formed his own dark shadow." Imogen Yen's eyes were still indifferent, but there was a hint of melancholy in his expression. Yun Kuishan said, "And now that he's back, don't you want to see him?" Imogen Yen said, "He's been looking for me." Yun Kuishan said, "Of course. After all, you're his son. Then why didn't you tell me before?" he asked. That was because he was a trump card that the Yun family wanted to keep. Since he was a trump card, why would they tell him about it? We only found out about it after he returned to Country C. We didn't have time to tell you. Yun Kuishan had unknowingly gotten closer to Imogen Yen. Imogen Yen squinted and looked ahead. Suddenly, he felt an unfamiliar aura. He looked up and saw Yun Kuishan right in front of him. Yun Kuishan suddenly picked up a gun. As a member of the Yun family, how could he not have a gun? He aimed the gun at Imogen Yen's head and fired without hesitation. However, Imogen Yen wasn't someone to be trifled with. He moved away instantly and fell to the side at lightning speed. The silencer gun made a dull sound and Imogen Yen's blood flowed out. He felt pain in his shoulder. He looked down and saw that Yun Kuishan had made a hole in his shoulder. Fortunately, he was fast. Otherwise, the hole would have been on his head. Yun Kuishan's eyes flashed with viciousness. He hadn't hit his target. However, just as he walked past, he pressed the alarm in his hand. The moment he fired the gun, the servants in the Yun family's backyard rushed out. They rushed forward together and surrounded the injured Imogen Yen. The people behind them started fighting with the people from Black Eagle. The entire living room of the Yun family became a battlefield. However, Yun Kuishan had his men point a gun at Imogen Yen's head. Seeing this, Imogen Yen's men could only surrender in grief and indignation. Imogen Yen glared angrily at first, then a cold smile flashed across his eyes. "Yun Kuishan, it said that the Yun family is full of despicable people, but I didn't notice it before." Yun Kuishan snorted. "All is fair in war." Yun Kuishan looked outside and ordered, "Release those that don't raise qi." The people at the door were still tied up, and passers-by had already seen it clearly. Although they knew that this was the Yun family, and they had no right to ask what was going on in such a rich and powerful family, they could still pass by and watch the show. Therefore, the scene from before had probably already been seen by many people. Yun Kuishan was infuriated. He looked at Imogen Yen, thinking that he would definitely make him suffer. But unexpectedly, at this moment, muffled applause came from outside. "I didn't think I would be too late. I can still join in the fun." Imogen Yen and Yun Kuishan raised their heads at the same time and looked out in disbelief. Gu Jingze had already appeared at the door leisurely with the Gu family security, as if he was really just passing by. But how could the Gu family pass by here? Gu Jingze walked in and Yun Kuishan's eyes flashed. "Oh, Jingze, you're here at the right time. I don't know if you're looking for Black Eagle. I've been very angry when I found out that he betrayed you." Now, Gu Jingze looked coldly at this fence-sitter who knew how to judge the situation. "Uncle Yun, I'm indeed looking for him. It seems that you've already done it for me." But the Gu family naturally has its own way of dealing with people who betray the Gu family. "So, I want to take Black Eagle with me. Is that okay?" Yun Kuishan naturally wanted to refuse. If Black Eagle stayed here, he still had time for his big brother to come and talk to Black Eagle personally, so that Black Eagle could bury the hatchet with the Yun family. But if he went to the Gu family, but Yun Kuishan did notice the people from the Gu family surrounding them. Gu Jingzi came prepared. Even if the people from the Yun family and Black Eagle came together, they wouldn't be a match for the Gu family. Yun Kuishan could only grit his teeth. He thought to himself, how dare you say that the Yun family is full of vile people? Gu Jingzi is an out-and-out vile person. He obviously knew the relationship between the Yun family and Black Eagle. That was why he pretended to cooperate with the Yun family. In fact, he was waiting for Black Eagle and the Yun family to kill each other so that he could reap the benefits. Damn it, when did he find out about the relationship between the Yun family and Black Eagle? Their relationship should have been the most secretive. Of course, Yun Kuishan didn't know that Gu Jingzi, through his analysis, felt that the Yun family had already prepared the funds to buy the military factory. That was why he guessed that Gu Jingzi had already planned with Black Eagle. He knew that the military factory would be in trouble, so he had already prepared the money in advance. Yun Kuishan knew that he couldn't win against Gu Jingzi, so he could only admit defeat. He smiled and said, "All right, you can take him away. You can deal with the matters between you two." Gu Jingzi smiled slightly. "Then, thank you for your help." Gu Jingzi looked down at Black Eagle. Their eyes met. Black Eagle moved slightly and looked away. Gu Jingzi took a step forward. "I really don't want to go this far with you, but, Black Eagle, you should know what happens to those who offend me. Since we've known each other for a long time, I won't let your family suffer more than the Fong family." Black Eagle suddenly laughed loudly. He looked at Gu Jingzi and said, "Do whatever you want, but before I die, I want to see someone. A prisoner doesn't seem to have the right to negotiate with me." Gu Jingzi looked ahead calmly. Black Eagle narrowed his eyes and said, "I want to see Gu Qigong." Gu Jingzi, you think you know everything, you think you have everything planned out, but you don't know that you've been kept in the dark from the beginning. If I die, you'll never know about this again. Gu Jingzi looked at Black Eagle with a deep gaze. Black Eagle's gaze was sharp and he stared into Gu Jingzi's eyes. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Gu Jingzi waved his hand and said, "Take him away first." Just like that, Gu Jingzi captured Mo Jinyan without wasting a single soldier. The crowd dispersed at the entrance, leaving only a few people to take Mo Jinyan, who was tied up, out of the Yun family's house. When the people outside saw this, they felt that the Yun family's people were really spectacular today. Although they didn't know what was going on, they knew that it was a big matter involving a few powerful families. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people gathered together. Chapter 887. In the multipurpose warehouse of the military factory, Mo Jinyan chuckled coldly. "So, you're not going to sell the military factory to the Yun family at all, is that right?" Gu Jingzi said, "This is a profitable business. It's just that no one can afford it. Why should I sell it to the Yun family? The Lu family has already bought this factory, and it will soon be transferred to their name. Now, a few orders that had been stopped, including the American and British orders, have been resumed. Don't worry, without you, the military factory is still running well." Mo Jinyan laughed even louder. "So from the start, you've already planned to lure me out and find out who's behind this, right? Good, good, I lost to you and didn't think of all this." Gu Jingzi said, "Yes, you miscalculated. The winner takes it all. You can think about how you want to die." "No." Mo Jinyan looked up at Gu Jingzi. "You can't kill me." Gu Jingzi snorted. Don't you think this sentence is familiar? When we killed Fong Jimin together, he said the same thing. Mo Jinyan shook his head. I'm not like the Fong family. After the Fong family disbanded, you spent a lot of effort reorganizing them. It's even harder to reorganize my people. It's easy for you to kill me, but it's hard to prevent my people from retaliating. So you can't just kill me. Ha, I like challenging things the most. Gu Jingze looked at Mo Jinyan. You've been with me for a while. You should know that what I hate most is being lied to. Mo Jinyan's face darkened. He smiled faintly and his eyes were filled with sadness. Mo Jinyan knew that he trusted him. That was why he wanted to kill him even more now. Mo Jinyan said, "All right, if I'm going to die, I want to see Yunyun." Gu Jingze said, "You want to see my father on one hand and Yunyun on the other. Don't you think you're asking for too much? It's fine if you don't allow me to see your father, but Yunyun is my daughter. You were the one who told me about this. If one day, Lin Che finds out about this and finds out that you killed Yunyun's biological father, do you think she will feel regret and pity? She treats Yunyun like her own daughter, but you won't let Yunyun see her father one last time." At the mention of Lin Che's name, Gu Jingze paused slightly. Lin Che was his weakness, but it was also his warmest weakness. Mo Jinyan had grasped the weakness in Lin Che's heart. He really didn't want Lin Che to be even the slightest bit unhappy. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at Mo Jinyan for a while, not saying a word. Finally, he said to the person beside him, "Have someone watch him." After that, Gu Jingze left. Mo Jinyan took a deep breath and leaned against the wall. The gunshot wound on his body was still bleeding. His face was pale, but he seemed to have forgotten the pain. This bit of pain was actually nothing to him. He had 7 or 8 similar wounds on his body, and that didn't include the ones that were cut by knives or daggers. However, he never thought that he would die like this one day. Lin Che was in his room. Yu Minmin quickly called him and told him the gossip she heard out of boredom. "I just heard from the servants that Gu Jingze has already captured Haiying and brought him away. I heard that he brought over 100 people and blocked the Yun family's entrance, scaring the Yun family. From the outside, it looked like they were going to fight, but in the end, they came out unscathed. However, Haiying was carried away. It seems like he's dead or alive. I don't know what the outcome is." Hearing this, Lin Che became even more nervous. "Why do you have so much information? Have your people listened to the gossip more often?" "All right. Gu Jingze's servants don't dare to speak carelessly. Gu Jingze doesn't like it, so I'll have my people ask first." "Oh right, you have your own bodyguard now, so you can ask anything you want." "But don't worry, your Gu Jingze is very domineering, no one can hurt him." Hearing this, Lin Che was slightly relieved. At this moment, he saw that Gu Jingze had actually returned. He had taken off his jacket and seemed to be walking in quickly. Lin Che put down the phone and hurried out. "How is it, are you okay?" After hearing what Yu Minmin said, Lin Che felt that it must be very complicated, so he was still worried. Gu Jingze looked at her and froze for a moment. This made Lin Che more or less nervous. "What's wrong?" She felt that the way he looked at her was a little different. Gu Jingze said, "Lin Che, there's something I haven't told you." "What is it?" Gu Jingze pulled her in and asked the others to leave. "Actually, I already know who Yunyun's biological father is, but I haven't had the chance to tell you." "What?" Lin Che was indeed shocked. "You have to keep this a secret for now. You can't tell anyone." "Okay, go ahead." Lin Che's relationship with Mu Firen was very good, and he loved and cared for Yunyun. After all, he had watched her grow up. He had watched her since she was born, so their relationship was really different. It's Black Hawk. Lin Che was stunned. She wondered if she had heard wrongly, but of course she wouldn't. She could only say that she felt that the world had suddenly become a fantasy. Why was it him? At that time, he was planning to take revenge on me with Li Mingyu in Sea Country. Didn't he kidnap you afterwards? It was also at that time that he stayed in the hotel where Mu Firen held the wedding banquet, and then, Lin Che still remembered what happened that night. She just felt that everything was really too coincidental, but this kind of coincidence seemed to have many connections. It seemed unexpected, but when she thought about it, it actually made sense. Then now, Mo Jinyan is at my place. He wants to see Yun Yun, so I'm here to ask you, what do you mean? In the end, that meant that Gu Jingze wanted to do something to Black Hawk. Lin Che's eyes flickered. She didn't like Black Hawk at first, but after knowing that he was Yun Yun's father, she felt different. No matter what, he was Yun Yun's biological father. If he died, Yun Yun would really have no father. As a person who also had a child, she felt even more heartache when she brought this matter to her child. She said, "Let's see him." Gu Jingze said, "Okay, I'll make the arrangements." "Can't you tell Firen about this?" Lin Che asked. Gu Jingze said, "Let's not talk about this for now. They don't have any feelings for each other, so it's meaningless to talk about it." Lin Che was stunned. What Mu Firen meant was that Mu Firen could pretend that Black Eagle had never existed if there was really something wrong with it, while they didn't have any feelings for each other. Chapter 888. That was true, Lin Che said, "Then I'll listen to you." Gu Jingze nodded. Lin Che said, "If I let Yun Yun go alone, I'm worried that she'll be scared. Can I bring Yun Yun over?" Gu Jingze looked at her. "You want to go?" His gaze was fixed. Of course, he had his concerns. Lin Che said, "That's right, I have to watch over Yun Yun. Otherwise, I'm worried that she'll be in danger and scared." Gu Jingze looked at Dongzi. This was a chance for them to gain experience. He nodded in agreement. "Okay, be careful when you go. Hei Ying isn't a simple person." Lin Che took a deep breath, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. She picked Yun Yun up but didn't tell her what they were going to do. He only said that he was taking her out to play. Yun Yun trusted him very much. She was sensible and didn't ask any questions. In the heavily guarded military factory, it was different from what she had imagined. It looked very modern. It wasn't a dirty factory with machines everywhere. Gu Jingze seemed to see through her curiosity and said, "This military factory is the most advanced one. There are many researchers here. Don't think that it's really just a factory. It's like this," Gu Jingze said, "this way." The metal door opened. Inside, Mo Jinyan, who was on the verge of death, leaned against the door with a pool of blood beside him. When Yun Yun saw Hei Ying, she immediately said, "Uncle Mo." Hei Ying smiled and sat up from the ground. "Yun Yun." Yun Yun looked up. "Auntie, what's wrong with Uncle?" Lin Che paused. His heart ached. "Yun Yun, Uncle is just tired. Then I'll go and massage Uncle's legs." "Will Uncle not be tired anymore?" "Yes." Lin Che looked up and gave Dongzi a look. Dongzi understood and brought Yun Yun over. Hei Ying looked at Lin Che gratefully. He signaled with his eyes and met Yun Yun's gaze with a smile. "Yun Yun, be good. Come here." This was the first time Lin Che saw Yun Yun with her father, enjoying fatherly love. But, could it be the last time? Lin Che's heart softened a little. He wanted to tell Gu Jingze that he could let the Black Eagle go for Yun Yun's sake. However, Haiying had always been against the Gu family for some reason. Now that he had been tricked by Gu Jingze, he must hate Gu Jingze more than before. Now he was a sick cat. When he recovered and became a tiger, they would be in danger. Lin Che thought that she had to get used to the law of the jungle in order to survive in this wealthy family. She squinted at the eagle. After an unknown period of time, Haiying could no longer lift his hand. He said, "Yun Yun, be a good girl. You can go now. Uncle wants to sleep." Yun Yun said obediently, "Okay, uncle, sleep well. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll come and play with you again." Next time, would there be a next time? Lin Che's heart tightened. He hurriedly picked up Yun Yun and was about to leave. On the other side, Black Hawk had completely fallen to the ground. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and said, "Go and take him away." A few of them walked over and were about to drag Black Eagle away. However, unexpectedly, Black Eagle, who had just fallen to the ground and looked half dead, suddenly jumped up. He grabbed a person in front of him with one hand and accurately grasped the gun at his waist. Then, he knocked the person to the ground with one hand and fired a shot at the person's chest with the other. Lin Che was shocked. Hearing the sound, she turned around and saw that Haiying's gun was pointed at her. Her eyes moved. On the other side, Gu Jingze's gun. The gun was already pointed. Haiying said, "You can compete with me. Let's see if my gun is faster or yours. However, the stakes are higher." Gu Jingze paused. Lin Che turned around and looked at him. "Why do you have to do this, Haiying?" Haiying narrowed his eyes. "After you've worked hard to survive for so many years, you'll know how afraid you are of death. I'm afraid of death because it's not worth it." Haiying wanted to say more, but unexpectedly, a person had already flown over. Haiying wasn't sure who it was, but Lin Che knew that it was Dongzi. He threw himself in front of Haiying without a care for his life. Haiying was stunned. The next moment, he was already on the ground. Gu Jingze reacted quickly and fired a shot at him. With a bang, Haiying's thigh was instantly shot. Haiying fell to the ground. He squinted his eyes in pain and his face was contorted. Gu Jingze's eyes became colder. Holding the gun with both hands, he walked over step by step and pressed the gun against Haiying's head. "Goodbye, but I'm afraid we'll meet again in our next life." Gu Jingze placed his finger on the gun. "Gu Jingze, did you know that your father once had an illegitimate child?" Then, Haiying suddenly raised his head. Gu Jingze was stunned. However, the coldness in his eyes did not subside when he looked at Haiying's face. Haiying stared at his face. Gu Jingze looked back at him. "What tricks are you playing now?" Haiying laughed loudly. His laughter was extremely miserable. "It's me. Didn't he ask you to help him find a baby? A weak and helpless baby in swaddling clothes. That's me." Gu Jingze was shocked. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. He looked at Haiying hatefully. "You know that playing tricks on me will only make your death worse." Haiying shook his head. His eyes were sorrowful. "You don't know. None of you know. You don't know how I was abandoned in the snow by that crazy grandfather of yours to die. Someone saved me, raised me, told me everything, and also told me that the Gu family does not allow me to exist. Because my existence is a disgrace to the Gu family. Because I'm an illegitimate child, I have to die." Gu Jingze did not believe it. He did not believe it. He pointed the gun at Haiying's head. "That's impossible. My father never had any woman, nor did he have any illegitimate children." Haiying laughed. "Go and ask him. Do you dare to?" Ask him why he was so cowardly as to let someone abandon his child. Ask him how he let his child freeze to death in the snow. But it's a pity that I'm very lucky. I survived and I'm here. I'm in Country C, right under the nose of the Gu family. Gu Jing's eyes flickered. His gun slowly moved away, and Black Eagle, under the pressure, had already lost too much blood. His eyes were unfocused, and in an instant, he completely fell to the ground. Lin Che looked at the scene in shock. She quickly walked over and grabbed Gu Jing's hand. How could this be? Is what he said true? Gu Jingze shook his head. His eyes were still filled with shock. Lin Che looked at the unconscious Haiying. She quickly turned around and ordered, "Go get a car and take him to the hospital." Chapter 889. Black Hawk underwent a blood transfusion, surgery, removal of the bullet, and repair of his arm. An hour felt as long as a century. Gu Jingze sat outside the operating room with a cold aura around him. No one dared to approach him. Only Lin Che was still standing by his side, one hand holding his arm, quietly looking at him, waiting for him to recover. After a long time, Gu Jingze took a deep breath and patted Lin Che's hand. "I'm fine." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. "If it were me, I would be surprised too." He was just about to kill Black Hawk, but he didn't expect Black Hawk to be his father's illegitimate son. He found it unbelievable. He had never heard his parents mention it, and neither had Gu Xiande. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "I'm just a little surprised. But I'll find out whether it's true or not." Lin Che said, "If what Black Hawk said is true, then there's a reason for this. Why did he target the Gu family? Why did he keep going against the Gu family? It's because he was abandoned, and he was resentful." Gu Jingze also thought about it. "That's right. He didn't do anything to me. He knew that I was going to confront my grandfather, so he stood on my side and wanted to help me take down my grandfather. Maybe he really hates my grandfather." Lin Che said, "I don't know if I'm being too soft-hearted, but I feel that if everything is pardonable, he doesn't seem so hateful." Gu Jingze looked inside. Chen Yuqing was coming out. He looked at the two of them and took off his blood-stained gloves. "He stabilized just now. He's awake now." Gu Jingze nodded. "I have something to ask him." "Yes, he's very conscious now." Gu Jingze walked into the ward. Black Hawk was lying there. His face had regained some color after the blood transfusion. He looked like he had recovered a lot. These men had strong recovery abilities. Lin Che thought of Gu Jingze. He felt that he recovered very quickly after being injured. Seeing the two of them enter, Black Hawk leaned against the wall. "Gu Qigong didn't come. I'm surprised that you didn't confirm it with him immediately." Gu Jingze looked at him. "Who else knows about this?" The Black Eagle said, "The Yun family." Gu Jingze looked at him. "Do you want to take revenge on my grandfather or me?" Haiying took a deep breath and looked at Gu Jingze seriously. "Originally, I wanted to seek justice from the Gu family. But later, I realized that to take revenge, you have to find the right person. I just want Gu Xiande to get the punishment he deserves. He was so cruel to me when I was still a baby. Now, he shouldn't live like this." Gu Jingze said, "Mo Jinyan, I'll get to the bottom of this. Before that, you can rest here." Mo Jinyan looked at Gu Jingze. "You're not going to kill me?" Gu Jingze snorted. "I'll decide how to deal with you after I know the truth." Lin Che watched from the side and said to Mo Jinyan, "And Mu Firen, you know what you've done. I hope you can think about what to do with Firen and Yun Yun. Since you didn't know before, it's understandable. But now that you know, I think you should think about how to deal with this matter. Mo Jinyen looked at Lin Che. I've thought about it, but I don't want to tell her about it now. At that time, I was impulsive and caused the irreversible consequences. I don't know who she is and I don't know that she's carrying my child. Now that I'm going to treat it seriously, I don't want her to know too early. It'll scare her and push her away. Hearing his words, Lin Che suddenly felt that he wasn't as bad as he thought. She nodded. Then I look forward to your performance. Lin Che and Gu Jingze left the place and left Chen Yuqing to look after the place. The guards outside were very strict. When they left, Chen Yuqing was still complaining, "You left him here. What if he runs away?" "He won't run. If those people chase after him and make a big deal out of it, what if they burn down my place?" Sigh, Gu Jingze said, "This is your place, but I paid for it. If it burns down, I'll pay for it." Chen Yuqing was only complaining. Of course, he wouldn't really ignore it. It was just that leaving such a troublesome person here made him feel even more pressured. But Gu Jingze had left him here because of He Ying's special status. He was prepared to give him special treatment, so he let Chen Yuqing take care of it. Although it had only been a few days, the news had already spread among the wealthy families. The Gu family had been in troubled times recently. No one knew what was going on this time. The Yun family, the Gu family, and Mo Jinyen, who was fighting who. Anyway, it was always fun to watch the show. Everyone wanted to see how they would solve the problem. But it was a pity that there was no movement from the Gu family after that. The Yun family also shut their doors because of this, so no one had a source of gossip. At the Gu family's house, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze, pulled him and asked, "Aren't you going to ask Dad about this?" Gu Jingze said, "How can I ask him?" "I'm going to ask him. He Ying said that he's your son. Is that true?" Lin Che leaned against him and looked at him. "I know it's hard for you to accept it, but I'll be on your side no matter what decision you make." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. When he turned around, he saw that everyone was far away. It seemed that no one had gotten close to them today. Lin Che saw that he was looking around and said to him, "You don't have to look. The servants saw your face and ran far away. They don't want to talk to you anymore." It was only then that Gu Jingze realized that they were gone. He looked at Lin Che. Luckily, she wasn't afraid of him. He pinched her face. "Then why didn't you run far away?" Lin Che said, "I wanted to run too, but you looked so pitiful standing here with a long face." Gu Jingze's face darkened even more. "I'll teach you a lesson later." "No. I know the big secret of a wealthy family now. If you dare to treat me badly, I'll tell everyone about it." Gu Jingze chased after her and said, "Sure. How can I gag you? Pay up. How much do you think such a big secret is worth? I mean, your mouth down there, Gu Jingze." Gu Jingze hugged Lin Che. He needed comfort now, but no one could comfort his shaken heart. Only she could. He felt that only by burying himself in her body could he feel at ease. Thus, he carried Lin Che in his arms and headed straight for the bedroom. Lin Che pushed him playfully, but he didn't waver at all. Lin Che reluctantly followed him into the bedroom, outside. The servants heard Gu Jingze and Lin Che's playful laughter and heaved a sigh of relief. When Gu Jingze came back just now, they were really frightened. Now that he finally had a smile, they felt a lot more comforted. It seemed that no one else could make Gu Jingze smile except for his wife. They respected Lin Che even more and felt that it was definitely the right thing to do to stand on her side. Chapter 890. The next morning, Gu Jingze and Lin Che ate together. Gu Jingze had a good appetite and ate a lot of food. He looked at Lin Che and said, "I'll go back to the mansion later. You can come with me. I can send you to the company on the way." Lin Che said, "Okay." She saw that Gu Jingze's expression was much better today than yesterday. His face was as ugly as green iron yesterday, but it looked much better today. "What are you going back to do? Are you going to ask about Black Hawk?" Lin Che asked. "I'll go and find out how much my family knows about this," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said, "Okay then." She thought for a moment and said, "But if you are really related to Black Hawk, doesn't that mean you have an older brother?" Gu Jingze looked up and said, "It's not up to me whether I admit it or not." "Well, I know, but that's how it is in terms of blood. It's another matter in your heart. Even if you have a brother by blood, it doesn't mean that you also have a brother in your heart. The brother in your heart is Gu Jingming, but there's another brother by blood. It's not difficult to understand. It's like I have several sisters in my family, but they are only my sisters by blood. None of them are my real sisters. I think my sisters now should be Min Min, Yuran, and If Bai." Gu Jingze smiled. He quite liked listening to her talk nonsense. He didn't get tired of it at all. Lin Che suddenly thought of something and immediately said with surprise in his eyes, That's not good. Yun Yun is Black Eagle's biological daughter, and Black Eagle is related to you by blood. Doesn't that mean that Nian Nian and Yun Yun are siblings?" Gu Jingze ate his bread and said, "What does it matter?" "Of course it matters," Lin Che said sadly. Lin Che said with melancholy, "What a pity. I originally thought that Yun Yun could be my daughter-in-law. She's so cute and pretty. If they were siblings, it would be impossible. Sigh, how am I going to tell Nian Nian about this?" Gu Jingze said, "What's there to tell him? Every year, you always said that you would consider marrying Yun Yun, but now," Gu Jingze saw that Lin Che was really worried. He leaned over and poked her head. "You're thinking too much. How old is he? You can think about these things when he grows up. If they're related by blood, then they're related by blood. There's no reason why they can't be together. Just consider someone else." Lin Che snorted, "Seriously, is that your son? Since you want to be a loving mother, I can only be a strict father." He smiled. "But if one day you give birth to a daughter, scram." Lin Che snorted and said with a red face, "Who wants to bear your child?" Gu Jingze smiled. After the two of them finished eating, Gu Jingze saw Lin Che off. Lin Che had been thinking about how to break the news to Nian Nian. After some thought, she decided to go to the kindergarten to look for Nian Nian after she finished her work at the company. Nian Nian was having a smooth journey at the kindergarten. The teachers and principal did not dare to provoke him, and he could do whatever he wanted. The children all felt that he was a little hero. Seeing how the teachers were so polite to him, they naturally admired him even more. There were many little girls who would give him snacks or lollipops to express their goodwill. At such a young age, he already had the feeling of being a lover of the masses. When the teacher saw that it was Lin Che, she treated Lin Che very specially even though it wasn't time yet to pick up the children. She invited her to the VIP room to wait and said that Nian Nian would be there soon. When Nian Nian came, he saw Lin Che and said, "Mommy, what are you doing here?" Seeing Nian Nian's look of disdain, Lin Che was really hurt. She felt that Nian Nian was too independent. Although all children were like this when they grew up, he was too early. Lin Che said, "What's wrong? Can't I come and pick you up? It's not time yet." He pulled up his sleeves and looked at the watch on his arm, which still had baby fat. Lin Che said, "Mommy misses you, can't I come and pick you up?" "Mommy." Did something happen at home? Gu Xinian said with a strange look on his face. Lin Che exclaimed, how can that be? Gu Xinian said, then why are you suddenly so mushy? In television dramas, this should be the prelude to something big happening. Don't watch so many television dramas in the future. Lin Che pulled Gu Xinian back. In the car, Lin Che asked him, how do you feel at kindergarten? It's pretty good. Lin Che probed, are there any good-looking girls that you like? Gu Xinian looked up. Mommy, they say that rich people get married early, but I don't think I'm that early. Lin Che exclaimed again, what are you talking about? But thinking about it, it seemed a little off for her to ask this now. She waved her hand and changed the way she phrased it. You're the one who keeps saying that you might marry Yunyun in the future. That's why I want to ask you. Do you really want to marry Yunyun when you're older? Gu Xinian said, I'm just saying that it's a possibility. After all, she's known me for so many years and we're already familiar with each other. It's a waste of time to find another girl. Lin Che felt that this little brain of his didn't think the same way as hers did. She said, so you're saying that Yunyun is just a reference? I thought you really like Yunyun, so you really want to marry her. I like Yunyun a lot, Gu Xinian said. Although she's stupid sometimes, she's still very obedient. Gu Xinian sat there, fiddling with his legs. Lin Che said, then, what if you can't marry Yunyun? Why can't I marry her? Gu Xinian looked up. Lin Che said, what if Yunyun turns into your sister? Sister. Gu Xinian looked at her. Why would she be my sister? She and my dad. No, Auntie Firen isn't married yet. There are so many handsome guys in the Gu family. If she marries, Yunyun will become your sister. Then you can't get married. Gu Xinian thought for a moment. Then. I can still hang out with her, right? Of course, if it's a sister, you can still hang out with her at any time. Then, can I choose who to marry her? That's a little difficult. After all, you might not be able to control what kind of guy she meets and likes in the future, but you can still give her your opinion. Gu Xinian said, okay. I'm just worried that she'll be fooled by someone. Fool, Lin Che said. We'll all help her. If someone dares to lie to her, we'll definitely not let them off. If Black Hawk was her father and they could really reunite one day. Lin Che was definitely Black Hawk's type who would pick up a submachine gun and shoot someone at any time. No one would dare to lie to Yunyun. Chapter 891. Lin Che thought that she was thinking too much. Maybe Nian Nian was still reasonable. He loved Shi Yunyun very much, but she really didn't know what love was at such a young age. Lin Che rubbed Nian Nian's head. Okay, do you want to eat anything? Can I buy you chocolate with hazelnuts? Okay. In the evening, Lin Che helped Nian Nian with her homework and said good night to her before leaving. Gu Xinian watched Lin Che leave before looking up from behind the desk. What did he mean by Yunyun becoming a sister? Gu Xinian snapped his fingers twice and someone jumped in from the window. Looking at Gu Xinian, he said, what can I do for you, young master? There's one thing. Help me check if Yunyun's biological father has been found, and what my parents have been doing recently. Why is it related to Yunyun? Yes, young master. Nian Nian watched the guard leave and thought to herself that the man sent by Grandpa was quite useful. Black Hawk was still recuperating at Chen Yuqing's place. His matters were a little complicated, so Lin Che didn't get involved. It was better to let Gu Jingzi think about it slowly, while she continued to shoot the movie. On the set, everyone was happy and harmonious, which made Lin Che feel very relaxed. Once she relaxed, her efficiency was very high and she was in a good state. She was often very engrossed and finished in one take, which made the staff present admire her from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Che knew that she had found the feeling of filming again, which was why it was so smooth. She was also very happy and full of fighting spirit. At this time, the reality show that Yu Minmin had been in contact with also asked her to audition. Lin Che and Bai went to the audition for the reality show first. Yu Minmin wasn't there, so Bai acted as her agent for the time being. Bai was also very busy. She had a lot of things to do, but Lin Che's matters were naturally the top priority. When they arrived at the audition, Lin Che met the director of the reality show. The director's surname was Fong. He looked at Lin Che and sized her up. Because they had never worked together before, he wasn't familiar with Lin Che. However, because she was Yu Minmin's person, he felt that he had to give her some face and give her a try. Lin Che was very famous, but he was afraid that she wouldn't like to cooperate. Seeing that she only brought her agent today, the director was quite satisfied. He was not like some artists who went out in a hubbub, which was annoying to look at. It was fine if this kind of person acted in a movie, but if he really came to participate in a reality show, there would be a lot of things to do. This couldn't be done, that couldn't be done. A whole production team wouldn't even be enough to take care of him. How could that do? In this reality show, a few celebrities would be sent to live outside for 2 days and 2 nights. They had to earn their own living expenses. Each of them would get a car and a living allowance of $30 each. Once they arrived at the designated location, the mission would be considered completed. This was a very tough reality show journey. Nowadays, netizens were very strict. Although some parts would be fake, if they were too fake, they would be condemned. Therefore, it was definitely tough. The director said, "You young girls care about your body and your image. Can you stand it?" Lin Che said with a smile, as long as it's a reasonable request, I'll definitely do it to the best of my ability. If it's unreasonable, for example, if you want me to go fishing naked in the water, I definitely won't be able to do it. Haha, that won't happen. However, you'll be living with a few young lads. There will definitely be some inconveniences. With so many crew members filming and so many female directors, the most inconveniences would be changing clothes and going to the toilet. I can still solve them. It'll be just like when we went to military training. That's good. What I want to tell you is that our reality show will attract a lot of attention. Although the lineup isn't very strong, the female character will definitely attract a lot of attention. Because there's only one female character, everyone's focus will definitely be on you. So, there are a lot of people who want this character. Lin Che could tell that he wanted to raise the standard of the show so that Lin Che wouldn't act like a big shot. Moreover, as a director, he had a lot of big plans. There were also people who looked down on popular actors because the position of a director was different from that of an actor. Actors and artists not only had to perform, but they also had to create hype and promote themselves. However, a director was a commander behind the scenes. They had different perspectives and views, so of course, their thinking would be different. Lin Che said, "Don't worry, I can also promise you that among the actresses now, you won't be able to find anyone who is more effective than me, and who is more compatible with you. I'm very confident about this. We didn't choose the show randomly. There were many offers for reality shows, but I chose this show because it attracted me. There aren't many fake shows, and it's interesting. Also, I feel that everyone really wants to make a reality show that's up to standard, so I came to participate." Lin Che looked at the director and said, "You can look at the results of the shows I've done in the past. You can also look at the good reviews and the number of loyal fans I have on the internet. Then, you can compare it with other people. This is your show. I believe that you're the one who wants this show to be popular the most, so you'll definitely make the best judgment. Lin Che was neither servile nor overbearing. He looked at the director. Although she was here for the audition, she couldn't let others lead her by the nose. If she was at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be good if she had any unreasonable requests in the future. The director was stunned. He was momentarily stunned by the strong aura she exuded. However, this aura of hers wasn't the kind of arrogant and despotic that made people feel disgusted. Instead, it made people subtly feel that she was trustworthy. He looked at the statistics and looked at her. He had to admit that out of all the actresses who had auditioned, she was the one who gave off the best vibe. Moreover, she had only put on some light makeup before coming here today. Her skin was also very good. Even with light makeup, she would probably look very good on camera. This was also good for the show. The director's expression relaxed a lot. He said to her, "All right, Miss Lin. I'm looking forward to working with you. Then, thank you for taking the time to come today. This is what I should do. You can take your time to think about it. You can let me know if you have any results." Lin Che left with awe Bai. Ah Bai said, "What does this mean?" He saw that it wasn't Min Min who came. Is he going to go back on his word? He won't not choose us, right? Lin Che said, "All right, he'll think about the show and make his own choice. We've done what we should do. We'll see how he chooses later." It's just like two people in a relationship. One-sided wishful thinking won't do. Making a show also depends on whether they're compatible or not. If he really doesn't choose us, then there's no point in us joining him. Chapter 892. Bai felt that what she said made sense. That's right. We don't lack money and we don't have to go on their show. It's just for the icing on the cake. It's not like we can't do it if we can't get it. We should be more stubborn. The two of them talked as they walked out. He saw a woman walking towards him in high heels. She had heavy makeup and was wearing branded clothes. For a moment, Lin Che thought it was a stranger. It wasn't until she looked at him that Lin Che realized. That wasn't Yang Lingxin. No, she should be called Yang Ling now. She had also seen Lin Che and walked over without any hesitation. "Hey, I heard that you're going to do a reality show too." Lin Che smiled. "Your news came pretty fast." Yang Ling said, "That's true. Ever since Sister Che came back, there has been a storm of blood. I'm not the only one paying attention to Sister Che. But it's a pity that your first TV series was squeezed out of the lead role. Until now, you haven't produced any works. It's really disappointing." Lin Che said, "You've been paying attention to me. That's really disappointing, but good works don't fear waiting." Bai said, "That's right. We don't lack money to spend. If there's a show, we'll take it. If there's no good show, then so be it. Some people are different. After all, if they want to support a brand, they have to take it no matter what kind of lousy show it is." Yang Ling looked at her with a sharp gaze. Bai stood there and just rolled her eyes. Yang Ling said, "Why isn't Yu Minmin around anymore? With such a sharp-tongued little girl by your side, did she think that you wouldn't be popular, so she gave up on you and went to groom someone else? You don't have to worry. Minmin doesn't need to groom anyone. If she wants to do it, she can do it. If she doesn't want to, then she doesn't. Anyway, we can make a living in the entertainment industry. It just depends on whether we want to or not," Lin Che said. She was Gu Jing's wife, and Yu Minmin was the president's wife. This was unshakable. They indeed had the money to support any kind of life, and they didn't need to work hard. This was an established fact, and no one could refute it. What else could they refute? Yang Ling could only snort, then he smiled and said, I wonder if this reality show will become popular. I'm looking forward to you becoming popular. Otherwise, it would be meaningless even if I beat you to death. Oh, right, what a coincidence. We're doing a reality show in the same company, but I was invited by them. I'm here today to sign the contract. Take your time with the audition. After saying that, she swaggered past the two people. I said, look at how ostentatious she looks, like a turkey. She's not a good thing after all. She doesn't have any taste at all. She thinks that it's a famous brand, so she wears it on her body. It's already impressive. She's wearing a bunch of famous brands. It's really messy. It makes people feel like she's a nouveau riche. Lin Che said, she's also here to sign a reality show. I said, this company has done 3 reality shows, and one of them is a veteran reality show. It has high ratings every year, and the setting is similar to yours. It's just that a few men and a few women go on a self-help trip together, but it's a trip abroad. It's not as embarrassing as yours. I heard that 2 female artists won't be participating this year, so it's probably going to be replaced by her. So that's how it is, Lin Che said. Looks like she's been doing well for the past 2 years. Her resources have always been very good. I don't know why, but it might have something to do with the sugar daddy behind her. When the two of them returned to the company, Lin Che received a call from Shen Yuran, saying that she would be coming over soon. Not long after, Shen Yuran arrived. Looking at Lin Che, she said, when can you take that Black Hawk away? Lin Che said, what's wrong? Is he in trouble? She knew that Black Hawk was still recuperating in Chen Yuqing's medical studio. Shen Yuran said, he's a big trouble himself, okay? Recently, the studio has been tightly sealed, like a prison. It's so annoying. Moreover, some people who know the news go over to inquire when they have nothing to do. Because of Black Hawk, our studio is now in the teeth of the storm. Lin Che shrugged. Well, Gu Jingze only trusts Chen Yuqing, and Black Hawk is very important to him, so it seems that he can only live in your studio for the time being. Shen Yuran collapsed on the sofa. Lin Che said, by the way, what do you think about the film and television company we talked about last time? Oh, I've thought about it and told Chen Yuqing about it. He also thinks that I don't need to worry too much about the 2 kids now, and there aren't that many things in the studio. I can definitely do my own things if I want to. That's great. That means that he has agreed. We can start preparing for the company now, right? Yes, but I don't quite know the process. How much money do I have to invest and how to invest? Lin Che said, it's not a big investment. Most of the time, people come to bid for things, and the initial investment is not a lot. My company's dividends are invested there, and it can be completely supported. If your family invests a little more, it will be the icing on the cake. How can I do that? You invest so much here, and we only invest a little. If you invest all the company's dividends there, I will feel bad if I invest very little, she said. Lin Che said, it's not a big deal. I don't spend much anyway. My family's money is taken care of by others, and I save all the money I have. Shen Yuran said, oh, that's true. Your big CEO won't care about your dividends. Okay then, I'll invest less money and more manpower. Lin Che said, really, I'm just being polite. You really don't want to invest more money. It's useless for your family to save all the money. The two of them laughed and discussed for a while, and then decided to go through the procedures to set up a film and television company. After that, Lin Che returned to the set to continue filming. Today's scene was still with Situ Cheong. After he came over to make a guest appearance, Nangong Yut saw that his performance was not bad, so he added an extra scene for him. It was directly a scene with Lin Che. Everyone looked at the two of them and remembered that Situ Cheong had confessed to Lin Che in the past. Could it be that Situ Cheong forced Nangong Yu to add this scene? In short, everyone was watching the show. Only Lin Che looked at Situ Cheong gloomily. This isn't in the script. Why are you joining in? Situ Cheong said, it's because I want to look good. Chapter 893. Lin Che said gloomily, you're the one who can't act properly. Situ Cheong shrugged. That depends on whether you're a professional or not. Lin Che was speechless. He looked at him and then at the crew members who were still staring at them. He could only start filming first. As expected, whenever she saw Situ Cheong, she would easily fall out of character. A man who wasn't a professional actor was obviously not acting out a love scene with her, but he was looking at her with such a gentle gaze. It would be strange if she didn't fall out of character. She felt like she was going to be tortured to death. This scene was also filmed over and over again. Nangong Yu knew that it wasn't because of her. After all, she had gotten the feeling for all the scenes in the past and finished them in an instant. Only Situ Cheong's scene made her unable to immerse herself in it. Nangong Yu stopped and said, you guys should go to one side and cultivate your emotions before filming. Lin Che glared at Situ Cheong and complained to Nangong Yu, director, just delete his scene. Nangong Yu shrugged. It's already been decided. That scene is so good. You should cultivate your emotions. Lin Che could only sit at one side with Situ Cheong and talk. Situ Cheong drank something and looked at Lin Che. You really can't blame me for this. I'm doing my job properly. It's you who keeps making NGs, Lin Che said. You still have the cheek to say that. You should be a CEO instead of coming here to be a guest star. I think it's more fun to be a guest star than a CEO. Oh right. Has the matter between the Gu family and the Yun family been resolved? How did you know? Lin Che looked at him. Situ Cheong said, did you forget that the Yun family is our cousin? Oh, right. Lin Che just remembered that Situ Cheong called Yun Luo cousin. Situ Cheong said, I see that the Yun family has been shutting their doors recently. It seems that Gu Jingze has taught them a lesson. I don't know if they'll be fixed or not. All I know is that the Yun family is courting death. This relative of yours is just as unreasonable as you. Hey, they are far away from me. You can't kill them with one blow. However, after this storm, Gu Jingze's prestige will only increase. Alas, this is both good and bad. The good thing is that his position is stable, so you will have a better life in the future. The bad thing is that his prestige is higher, so more women will covet him. You have to be more careful. In any case, no matter who covets him, I know that he won't touch any woman. Lin Che said. Situ Cheong laughed, you really have a lot of trust in him. Lin Che wanted to say that it wasn't trust, it was absolute trust, because he couldn't touch other women anyway. As the two of them were talking, they didn't expect. Situ Cheong turned around and narrowed her eyes. Ah, speak of the devil. Is that Gu Jingze outside? Lin Che turned around and saw that it was Gu Jingze's car. Lin Che had recognized him right outside the film city, so he had recognized his car as well. Lin Che said, I'll go and have a look. She hurriedly ran over. Hello, madam. Gu Jingze's people bowed respectfully to her. The car door opened and Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Who is that? Situ Cheong. Lin Che touched his ear. Yeah, Gu Jingze's face darkened. Why is he here? Lin Che said, well, he's filming here. Gu Jingze looked at her. You're filming with him. Lin Che immediately noticed that the expression on his face had darkened, and he could tell that his anger was rising. Lin Che quickly said, he's just here to make a guest appearance. He'll leave after a few scenes. Lin Che wanted to ask why he was here. However, she saw that Gu Jingze was staring at Lin Che's back. Lin Che was stunned and quickly turned around. Sure enough, he saw Situ Cheong walking over. Xiao Che, the filming isn't over yet. Don't leave, Situ Cheong said. Xiao Che. Gu Jingze frowned and looked at Situ Cheong. Since when did third young master Situ become an artist? Situ Cheong looked at Gu Jingze. Oh, it's just my hobby. Gu Jingze said, third young master Situ's hobby is really special. If I didn't know better, I would think that you still want to rely on Lin Che. Situ Cheong said, are you going to interfere with Lin Che's work? You're indeed more prestigious than before now that you're the master of the family. Of course I don't care about Lin Che's work, but if there's a cat or a dog around him, I'll have to interfere. Gu Jingze's fingers brushed across the car. His movements were lazy, but his eyes were sharp. Situ Cheong's expression changed. Who are you calling a cat or a dog? Gu Jingze tilted his head and asked, what do you think? You, Situ Cheong was so angry that she almost rushed forward. And Gu Jingze wouldn't back down. Lin Che quickly pulled Gu Jingze back. He looked back at Situ Cheong and said, go in. What are you doing? Situ Cheong said, he said I'm a cat or a dog. What do you think I'm doing? Lin Che was having a headache. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. Go in. Gu Jingze looked at Situ Cheong. You're the one who took the role. It seems that you know your place. You. Gu Jingze. Lin Che quickly turned back. All right, Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze's eyes were sharp, but he pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Lin Che quickly pushed Situ Cheong into the car. Go in. Go in now. Situ Cheong snorted and finally went in. Lin Che turned around and held his forehead. Gu Jingze, we're just filming. We're just cameos and we're just friends. Yes, he's a friend. I'm the extra one. Gu Jingze said as he opened the car door and got in. Seeing this, Lin Che quickly followed him in. But Gu Jingze was so cruel that he closed the door. Lin Che's hand hurriedly reached out to support himself on the door. When the door was closed, Lin Che's hand closed too. Ouch! Lin Che screamed. Gu Jingze's eyes flashed. He quickly opened the car door and looked at Lin Che, who was blowing at his hand nervously. What happened? Gu Jingze got out of the car and looked at Lin Che's hand. Lin Che was actually in a bit of pain, but it was more exaggerated. Gu Jingze took her hand and saw that it was not a big deal. There was no trace at all. He couldn't tell why she was screaming so loudly. Gu Jingze let go of her hand and snorted. He wanted to go in again. This time, Lin Che hugged Gu Jingze's waist from behind. Don't go, Lin Che said. Let go of me. No, I won't. Don't go yet. Listen to me. I'm not interested in what you want to say. I have something to do. He forcefully pried her hand away. She got into the car, and this time, Lin Che followed her. Chapter 894. Gu Jingze had wanted to close the door, but when he remembered that she had almost touched his hand, he didn't close it. Lin Che took the opportunity to get in and didn't leave. Gu Jingze, don't be like this. Come, smile. She tugged at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze flung her hand away. Are you getting out or not? I'll get someone to drive if you don't. Okay, I'll get out if you say you're not angry anymore. Gu Jingze glared at her. Too lazy to say anything else, he said to the driver, drive. Hey, you. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. Gu Jingze said, this is your last chance. Aren't you getting out? Lin Che said angrily, I'm not getting out. Gu Jingze gave the driver a look and the driver started the car. Seeing this, Lin Che hugged Gu Jingze again. Gu Jingze's entire body was surrounded by her. She hugged him and rested her chin on his shoulder. There was a driver in front, and the Gu family's security guards were in the cars behind them. Gu Jingze pressed down on her hand. Let go. No. Lin Che, can you be more shameless? I told you to let go. When have I ever been shameless? Lin Che said, tell me. Just tell me that I'm not angry anymore. I'll let go immediately. Humph. He was angry. How could he not be angry? Seeing that he wasn't going to say anything, Lin Che could only hug him even more and shake his body. Don't be angry anymore, don't be angry anymore. We were just filming and making friends. We didn't even talk about anything in depth. We were just talking about rich families and the Yun family. We definitely didn't talk about life or talk about ideals or anything. They were still talking. Gu Jingze frowned and tugged at her hand. Let go of me. If you don't let go. Lin Che looked up. What if I don't let go? Are you going to push me off? Humph, I've never cared about those cats and dogs around you, especially those women who always come up to you like dogs smelling meat and can't wait to eat you up. Gu Jingze said, there are no women. Miss Yun. Gu Jingze said, I didn't even touch her. But she's so evil, and her intentions are so obvious. She wants to snatch you away, but you still want to research the valve for her. That's because, but Situ will help me. He's a good person, and he's just a friend of mine now. You won't even allow this. Only the governor can set fires, but the common people can't light lamps. Gu Jingze looked at her and said, don't distort the truth. I'll distort it, I'll distort it. In any case, you're not allowed to be angry anymore. You're not allowed to be angry anymore. If you get angry again. Lin Che still wrapped his arms around him. At least he had given up resisting and sat there without moving. Lin Che said, if you dare get angry again, I'll bite you to death. Humph. Gu Jingze said, how can you threaten people like that? He was angry, but she still dared to threaten him that she would bite him to death. Lin Che wrinkled his nose. Anyway, you're not allowed to get angry. Gu Jingze moved again, as if he wanted to break free. Lin Che hugged him even tighter. Gu Jingze frowned as he looked at the little woman. Lin Che said, besides, are you not confident enough in yourself? Do you think that you're not as good as him? Gu Jingze, you can't think that way. Although Situ is good, in my heart, he's not as good as you at all. Really, it's because you're good-looking, you're so nice, you're so rich, you're so charming, you have such a great figure, and you have such a good temper. Gu Jingze lowered his head to look at her. You're exaggerating. He pushed her. It's all fake. How can it be? I'm telling the truth. Don't you think so? I've always thought so, but I just didn't say it. She looked up and blinked at him. Look at my pure eyes. Gu Jingze harumphed. But looking at her, he shook his head speechlessly. Lin Che took the opportunity to hug him again, tightly. Gu Jingze pushed her away in disdain. But this time, he only pushed her away symbolically and let it go. When they arrived at the Gu residence, they got out of the car. Lin Che was still sticking to him shamelessly. She looked at him with a fawning expression. Gu Jingze knew that what she said just now was definitely a half-truth and not trustworthy at all. But hearing it coming from her mouth, he still felt pretty good. Gu Jingze said, "Next time, stay away from him." I know. We're just friends, and the distance between us is definitely the normal distance between friends. Also, you have to have some confidence. You can't think that I'll run away with a guy just because he's better than you. Gu Jingze harumphed and walked in again. Lin Che hurriedly followed behind him. Behind them, the driver and the security guard looked at the two of them and couldn't help but want to laugh. Sir was really easy to coax in front of Madam. Just a few fake compliments were enough to get him to leave. Gu Jingze really couldn't do anything to her, but he also knew that what Lin Che said was right. How could she really have anything going on with Situcheong? She was not someone who would flirt with others. However, he was not happy. He was not happy to see her with any other man. Thinking about it rationally, it wasn't a big deal. One look and he would definitely feel jealous. In short, whenever a male appeared by her side, he would definitely feel a sense of danger. Lin Che said, "Look, I came straight from the film set for you. I'll probably be scolded by the director when I get back." Gu Jingze reached out and poked her forehead. "You still have the cheek to say that." Lin Che chuckled and stuck out her tongue at him. "What were you doing at the film set just now? Looking for me?" "Yeah, just in time. Since you're out, let's go out for dinner." "Oh, okay. I'll call the crew and tell them." Lin Che made the call and asked Gu Jingze, "Did you ask around about the Black Eagle after you got home?" Gu Jingze nodded. "Grandfather does know about it. Father also said that he really wants to investigate about the child, but he won't say who the baby is. What the Black Eagle said is true. I can feel that everything matches. There's only one thing. My mother never knew that father used to have a woman. She still thinks that father is a loyal and upright man, but he had a child with someone else." Lin Che felt that Mu Wanqing was a little pitiful. "Then, should we tell mother about this? Even if we want to tell her, we have to wait until the truth comes out. Right now, we still have a lot of things to ask, so let's not talk about it for now." Lin Che said, "If possible, I hope that mother never finds out. Then maybe she'll still live in this dream and feel that father is at least loyal to her." Gu Jingze said, "But once the Black Eagle's identity is exposed, mother will definitely know." Chapter 895. Lin Che said, "What should I do then? It's the truth. You'll find out sooner or later. Mother has the right to know about these things." Lin Che thought about it and agreed. Even if it was a white lie, she would feel sad if she was kept in the dark. It was better to deal with it after knowing the truth. After Lin Che and Gu Jingze had dinner, Gu Jingze personally sent Lin Che back to the set. When Lin Che got out of the car, Gu Jingze stopped her again. Lin Che turned around and looked at him, puzzled. Gu Jingze said, "I'll walk you in." No matter how stupid she was, she knew what Gu Jingze was trying to do. Before she could object, Gu Jingze put his arm around her waist. Lin Che said hurriedly, No. You can walk me in, but can you not be so intimate? What if I take a picture and post it on the internet?" Gu Jingze looked at her and finally let go of her waist. Just like that, Lin Che followed him into the set. Everyone in the set looked over in surprise. Gu Jingze was in front with an extraordinary aura, but Lin Che felt like a follower behind him. There was nothing that could be done about it. Wherever Gu Jingze was, he would definitely be the one in charge. That was because his inextinguishable king's aura immediately suppressed everyone else. Lin Che didn't dare to look at the people around her. She felt that they forgot to close their mouths. They were not surprised, but frightened. Inside, Siti Cheong also saw the appearance of the two people walking over. He narrowed his eyes as he watched Gu Jingze bring Lin Che into the room. Although they didn't do anything intimate, he turned around and told Lin Che some trivial things. His gaze was like he was declaring ownership of Lin Che. Gu Jingze looked at Su Qinzi lovingly. His overbearing love made the people around them look at Su Qinzi. He said, "Go in. Don't tire yourself out. I'm leaving." Okay, Gu Jingze looked at Situ Cheong from afar and walked out. After Gu Jingze left, everyone exclaimed in surprise and looked at Lin Che. They didn't dare to ask who it was, so they could only guess in private. However, although they didn't know who it was, they could see the luxury cars he drove away in a queue. Every car was priced so high that everyone was shocked. Lin Che walked in and looked at Situ Cheong. "You really have nothing better to do. You only know how to cause trouble for me." Situ Cheong shrugged, put her hands in her pockets and said, "But he's been coaxed by you so quickly. He's really becoming more and more unprincipled towards you." Lin Che roared at him. "Do you want us to fight?" Situ Cheong said, "Hee hee, haven't you heard? Don't you think it's a big deal? But if he dares to hit you, remember to tell Master. Master won't just stand by and watch you get bullied." Scram! Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Che and discuss who that person was. Is this Lin Che's boyfriend? Boyfriend and financial backer? Don't think that way. I think the two of them are quite normal. Maybe they're just friends. They don't have much physical contact. But the man's eyes say it all. Let me tell you, you can tell from a man's eyes. He definitely has feelings for this woman. That's why he's looking at her like that. Maybe he's also Lin Che's pursuers. Lin Che doesn't have many pursuers. Then Lin Che is really lucky. Look at the cars that the man is driving. None of them cost more than 10 million. And he's followed by so many people. That aura alone doesn't look like a normal nouveau riche. Everyone felt that Lin Che was really mysterious. However, Nan Gongyu wasn't happy. He looked inside and shook his head. He shouted to the people inside, "All right, since everyone is here, let's continue working. What are you all doing?" Lin Che came back and continued to take NGs. Nan Gongyu raised his head and looked at her. "Lin Che, everyone has been delayed the entire afternoon because of your emotions. If you can control yourself, let's continue filming. If not, let's wait for someone else to film first. Don't you feel embarrassed that everyone is following you over and over again like this?" Nan Gongyu really didn't like the atmosphere in the entertainment industry. He was a cultured person. The movies he made were also cultured and the way he did things were also cultured. That was why his movies always had a good reputation. Even though he also made comedies, he never followed the crowd. Instead, he made his own style of dark comedies, which made people feel that it was very special. However, when he first became a director instead of an actor, it was because he hated these things. Now that he had chosen her, he felt that she wasn't bad. But now that he saw that she had power behind her, he couldn't help but feel that he had misjudged her. How could there be anyone in this industry who was clean? Everyone was like this. Hence, he was a little irritable. Lin Che also knew that it was her fault. She looked at the director and bowed. "I'm sorry, director. I'll adjust my emotions." Situ Cheong saw that she was depressed. She walked over and said, "Lin Che, do you think I'm that bad at acting? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me?" Lin Che said, "You still have the cheek to say that. You're always looking at me like that. Your emotions aren't right. How can I continue acting, When did I look at you like that? Your gaze isn't right. Lin Che said, you have to look at me with disdain because I'm a liar. But you look at me with affectionate eyes. Do you not know what disdain is because you don't know how to act? Siti Cheong wanted to, but how could she look at him with disdain? He said, all right, I'll give it a good try. Siti Cheong didn't wait for Lin Che to speak. She raised her head and said to Nan Gongyu, it's all my fault. Director, let's do it again. This time, I'll definitely act well. You're not a professional actor. No matter what you do, I'll treat you more leniently. However, there are specializations in this industry. If you can't act well, don't be an actor. Lin Che pursed his lips and said to him, Director, I understand. Seeing that Lin Che was extremely humble and sincere, and that his apology seemed to be very sincere, Nan Gongyu allowed them to continue. This time, Lin Che really got rid of all distracting thoughts. In her heart, she told herself that she was indeed a professional actor. She had to overcome this hurdle. Who cared who Situ Cheong was? Who cared what expression he had? She would just treat him as a block of wood. This time, Situ Cheong paid more attention. The two of them finally finished filming without any more NGs. Although it still felt as Nan Gongyu had said that he wasn't a professional actor and there was something wrong with what he did, at least it looked much better. Chapter 896. After spending most of the day, it was finally over. When she left, Nan Gong did not pay much attention to her. Lin Che thought that he was angry because the filming today was not good, so she felt a little uncomfortable. When she returned to her room, Obai called and said that the reality show had been confirmed to be her. The name of the reality show was called Embarrassing Tour, and the characters had basically been confirmed. After she signed the contract, she could go to the press conference. Lin Che was busy with the press conference for the next 2 days, so she was not as harmonious with the director as before. But because she was busy, everyone went to do what they needed to do after filming, so everything was peaceful. On the day of the press conference, because Lin Che was the only girl, she was defined as a goddess by several people. The production team specially made a goddess costume for her, and it was very eye-catching when she dressed up. Among the people participating in this reality show, one was a fitness coach, who was also very popular recently. One was a newcomer, who was a little popular. One was an ace brother, an old man in the hosting world. One was a 30-year-old artist who was defined as a warm man. The last one was a comedy actor who was in charge of being funny. Including Lin Che, there were 5 people. Everyone had different images and responsibilities, so the combination was quite strange. While Lin Che was preparing backstage, she heard that another program today, which was the ace program of this company, was called Everyone Travel Together, and it was also holding a press conference. That program was Yang Ling's program, and it was released on the same day. It was also a bit of a competition, which made the outside world a little more talked about. However, this suggestion was actually made by Yang Ling. After she knew that Lin Che was going to participate in the reality show, she immediately secretly told the director of travel that she felt that it would be good to have the two of them compete against each other. Moreover, she also tried to sow discord. Their program is obviously targeting us. We propose to go with them. On the surface, it's to say that we can use our topic to hype them up, but in fact, it's to give them a show of strength. Our program has been around for so many years, and the ratings have always been high. If they want to join in, let's show them our strength. The director listened and felt that it was indeed reasonable. Yang Ling thought with a cold smile. She had joined this popular show to crush Lin Che. She wanted to show Lin Che that her current resources were not something Lin Che could compare to. She knew that even though Lin Che had a powerful background, she had never accepted Gu Jing's help. She thought that she wanted to appear noble and virtuous and wanted to give Gu Jingze a good impression, but this made her path in the entertainment industry a lot more difficult. When Yang Ling passed by, he saw Lin Che's appearance. He snorted and said, "Your production team is too stingy. Your goddess makeup looks as cheap as if it's from Taobao." Bai was with Lin Che, looking at Yang Ling, snorted and ignored her. Yang Ling directly walked over. "But it makes sense. The sponsors you recruited for your show didn't offer much money. They probably knew your show wouldn't be popular. So, it's been hard on you, Sister Che." Bai looked at Yang Ling and said to Lin Che, "It's really disgusting. But I don't know why that show chose her. Sigh, we're at a disadvantage by choosing the same day for the press conference. That show has so many fans and they've been waiting for the new season to be released for a year. Now that we have a new show, the attention will be much lower." Lin Che said, "Where there's a will, there's a will. After so many seasons, many people should be a little tired of aesthetics. Anyway, I don't feel comfortable seeing her so arrogant." The press conference soon began. There were a lot of people on Yang Ling's side, but seeing that the reporters didn't seem to think too much, she asked the people on the side what was going on. The director said a little gloomily, "I heard that Lin Che is participating in the show, so some reporters went over there." Yang Ling was furious. What? Was there something wrong with these reporters? They didn't watch such a popular show and ran over to watch Lin Che. Yang Ling snorted and whispered a few words to the assistant behind her. She wanted to make a fool of the production team over there and let people see which show was a serious show and which was just trying to fool around. On the other side, Lin Che fell from the top like a goddess amidst the cheers. She landed on the ground lightly, and everyone was stunned by her outfit for a while, especially when she stood next to a few men. She was even more attractive. Seeing that there were so many reporters, Bai also felt proud at the back. It seemed that Lin Che was right. The reporters still wanted something fresh. Moreover, Yang Ling had underestimated Lin Che's appeal. However, at this moment, Bai saw that there was a person who looked familiar. She came out sneakily from inside, which made people feel a little strange for a while. After thinking for a while, she suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't that Yang Ling's assistant? It's a press conference. Why did she come here instead of watching her own artist?" Bai paused for a moment and immediately felt that something was wrong. She got up and walked out. However, it was already too late when she found out. There was a problem on the stage. Lin Che's gown was stuck by something on the ground. One of the ground instruments suddenly had a problem and directly bit Lin Che's gown. With Lin Che's movement, the gown that was originally like paper paste was torn apart with a single tear. Everyone looked at the flying dress and couldn't help but exclaim. This dress looked too cheap. They could see that it looked like it was sold at a stall. It was fine when it was intact, but why did it look like it was put together with garbage when it was broken? Everyone was embarrassed. The director below was about to go crazy. No way, how could they be so unlucky? How did they work? How could a good ground instrument be broken, and it had to be their goddess? On the stage, Lin Che was also speechless for a moment. He looked down and quickly covered his body. Then, he looked down. It was too late to do anything. The reporters' cameras had already recorded everything. Lin Che laughed dryly and could only say, "Oh my, director, is there a goddess like me? How poor is our production team? This dress is too cheap." Her words immediately made the people who were still in a daze come back to their senses. The host, Big Brother, reacted the fastest. He looked at her and said, "Director, you've turned our goddess into a crazy woman. Can we still happily provide for her in the future?" The director also quickly reacted and laughed dryly. At this moment, Lin Che was just about to take a step forward when he was suddenly dragged down by the dress and fell directly off the stage. At this critical moment, Dongzi flew up from below and directly hugged Lin Che. He flew up to the stage and then looked at her and said, "Miss, are you okay?" Lin Che was still in a daze. He thought that he was going to fall, but he didn't expect that he would still be able to stand on the ground. For a moment, he really thanked the heavens and thanked the earth. He exhaled and said, I'm fine, I'm fine." At this moment, the reporters suddenly felt that this scene was really too dramatic. The flashes continued to snap over, and Dongzi was also included in the camera. Chapter 897. Dongzi was stunned. He wasn't used to being in front of the camera. Seeing that Lin Che was fine, Dongzi hurriedly bowed in front of the camera. Then, he supported himself with one hand and quickly jumped down. Wow, so handsome. Everyone thought that his actions were really handsome and quickly followed suit. Lin Che didn't expect that. He stood there and said, Hey, stop filming. Film me. I'm trying so hard to create a topic. If you don't film me, what are you going to film? Everyone laughed along with him. It was very lively here. Compared to the other side, there were more topics to talk about. Many reporters also hurriedly followed to see what was going on. On the other side, the director saw that things weren't going well and quickly ended the press conference early. Once the interview segment was over, the press conference was announced to be over. On the other side, after the press conference ended, there were reporters and fans who quickly posted the footage online. In an instant, the topic of the production team being too poor and Lin Che's bodyguard became a trending topic. Lin Che said that the production team was too poor and the results were good. No one felt embarrassed at all. Instead, they felt that it was very interesting to talk about it. On the other hand, the scene of Lin Che falling was very beautiful. It was as if it was a real action movie. Dongzi immediately flew over and caught him. His nimble movements were fast and steady. Moreover, his movements weren't ugly at all. In an instant, the effect of the scene was very good. Everyone felt that this bodyguard was amazing. His movements were so handsome and he looked so handsome too. The fangirls had always liked uniforms. Now that they looked at him, they associated him with those powerful and mysterious bodyguards and felt that he must be very awesome. At that time, they casually scanned through the topics about him and there were comments about Dongzi. Is this Lin Che's bodyguard? He's so handsome. He looks like a young and fresh meat. Although he's young, he's really skilled. It's like watching a blockbuster. This is an action movie. May I ask if these bodyguards are high-level bodyguards? How much do they pay a month? I really want to have such a handsome bodyguard. Lin Che looked at everyone's infatuated looks and couldn't help but want to laugh. Just then, she saw Dongzi come in. She looked up at him and said, Not bad. You're famous this time. You haven't seen it, right? The internet is full of your photos and comments. When Dongzi heard this, he was stunned at first, and then his face turned red. The way he blushed made him look like a girl, which made people feel even more amused. She said, Looks like there's hope for you to find a wife in the future. Look, so many people want to ask for your contact information, want to contact you, and want to find a husband like you. Hearing this, Dongzi's face became even redder. He looked at Lin Che and hurriedly said, I swear to protect Miss with my life. These personal matters. I won't think about it for now. Lin Che laughed out loud when he saw that he was speaking seriously with a red face. Dongzi, you're really too cute. However, if I take a closer look, you're really not bad. Although he always gave people a very simple and honest look, when he wore a suit, his face had a little mature charm, and there was such a serious atmosphere, it really made people feel that he was really different. She remembered the first time she met him in Country A. At that time, he was still a simple and unsophisticated young man from the countryside. But now, he had changed a lot. When Dongzi dressed up, he was also a clean and good young man. Lin Che said, "Otherwise, I'll find you a little wife here." "No. No, miss, please don't tease me. I really, wholeheartedly want to protect Mississippi. I don't have any other thoughts." He looked at her with a face full of determination, as if he couldn't wait to dig out his heart for her to see. He was determined to not have second thoughts. Lin Che felt that he was a little too serious, and hurriedly said, all right. Finding a wife is also a major event in life. But you're still young, we can slowly find a wife. What are you so anxious about? I'm not chasing you away, am I? Dongzi looked at Lin Che. "Miss, I'm already very satisfied that I was able to come out from that remote and desolate place and achieve the results I have today. My gratitude towards Miss is something that I can't describe with words. I'm not good with words, and I don't know how to say it. In short, in my heart, I have always regarded Miss as my and my sister's benefactor." Lin Che's heart also ached. He felt that the word benefactor was too heavy. "Dongzi, don't say that. Gu Jingze and I didn't die in Country A thanks to your help. Because of us, we attracted the bad guys and caused your father to be shot and killed. I've always blamed myself. I thought that if we hadn't gone, perhaps your father wouldn't have died. Miss, please don't say that. Although I came from a remote and desolate place, my mother taught me right and wrong when I was young. I know that it wasn't your fault. Moreover, after my father died, you treated me and my sister so well. You and Mr. Gu were originally such noble people, so you could pretend that you didn't know us and just compensate us with some money. In our village, there were many people who went out to work, and when they died in the construction site, it was just a compensation of a few $100,000. But you treated us and my grandmother so well. You brought us to Country C, brought us here, provided for us to study, enrolled us in the best school, let my grandmother live in a big house that she had never lived in before, and even found someone to serve her. Miss Linda also brought me to the military school, allowing me to realize a dream that I had never dreamed of since I was young. These are all lives that I didn't even dare to think about in the past, but because of Miss and Mr. Gu, we have all realized it." Lin Che looked at him and felt that Dongzi was really a very good young man. He was so upright and pure. She smiled and said, "It seems that I really have to make the decision to find a wife for you in the future. You're so silly, when you find a wife in the future, you'll definitely be cheated." Dongzi didn't know why Lin Che returned to this topic. Lin Che smiled and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's not talk about who is whose benefactor. Anyway, we were fated to meet each other. Since you're my bodyguard, you're also my family. In the future, we'll work together and live a better life, right?" "Yes, Mississippi. I'll definitely work hard and become your best bodyguard," Dongzi said and stood at attention, which made people feel like laughing. Lin Che looked through the messages on his phone. "Aya, you're popular now. I didn't expect that everyone would be so interested in you." Chapter 898. Dongzi was still a little scared. He quickly asked, "Miss, what should we do?" Lin Che said, "Silly, it's not a big deal. You can just wear a mask when you go out in the future." Dongzi was about to cry when he heard that. Just then, Gu Jingze walked in. Seeing Dongzi looking at him with a sad face, Lin Che laughed and said, "Look, Dongzi. I'm dying of laughter." Gu Jingze walked in and came to Lin Che's side. What happened? Lin Che leaned on his side and briefly explained what had happened. Dongzi listened and was still feeling melancholy. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and looked at Dongzi. "Alright, it's not a big deal. Anyway, your miss is a public figure. It's not easy for you to not be famous with her by your side, unless you want your miss not to be famous. In that case, it's okay to be famous early." Dongzi could only say yes with a troubled expression. Lin Che let Dongzi go out first. Then, he leaned there and laughed uncontrollably. "Oh my god, Dongzi is so cute," she said. Look, everyone says that Dongzi's movements are so cool. It seems like he's an expert." Gu Jingze shook his head. "That's too much of an exaggeration. Although Dongzi is good, he is still too young, so he still needs to be tempered. He still needs time to become a qualified bodyguard." Lin Che looked at him. "Aren't your expectations a little too high?" Gu Jingze said, "People like him who have undergone special training are very good in the eyes of ordinary people. However, he can only grow after a few battles. Dongzi, it's still early." Lin Che said, "Okay. But I also think that Dongzi is already very good after watching that video. He was able to pick me up so quickly." Gu Jingze pressed his forehead against hers and said, "Every bodyguard can do this. If they can't even do such a simple thing, what's the point of spending so much money to train them? TSK, really. I think he's very good anyway." Lin Che said, "Of course I don't think so when all the people around you are like this. But it's the first time I've seen it. You will be surrounded by people like this in the future. Get used to it." He pressed his finger against her forehead and said, "Oh right, Gu Jingze, do you remember that girl called Yang Lingxin? She was with me for a while, but something happened to her." Lin Che said. Gu Jingze nodded. "I remember. Why? She's back." Lin Che said, "She changed her name to Yang Ling and is now active in the television industry." Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. "I remember that I've thrown her into prison. She'll never be released. I don't know why, but she's out now." Gu Jingze said, "I'll handle it. Hey, don't be like that. I'm not telling you so that you can deal with this matter in a hurry. Anyway, she has nothing in the TV industry. I'm not afraid of her. I'm telling you because I think it's strange. You say, there must be a reason why she was able to be released from prison. The person who released her is probably not ordinary, but why did he choose her? There are so many women in prison, why did he choose her?" Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. "You mean that someone released her on purpose?" "Yes. Although there are many coincidences in the world, I feel that the Gu family is different from ordinary people. Many of the coincidences in the Gu family are caused by someone." Gu Jingze was silent for a moment before he nodded. He looked at Lin Che. "I didn't expect you to be able to think. You're so annoying." "I know how to think," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze said, "I didn't notice it at all before. That's because I'm too lazy to think. If I did, you wouldn't be involved. I'm just thinking for your sake. I'm worried that you'll feel inferior if I think." When Lin Che thought of this matter, he felt that he had been praised, so he became even more proud of himself. Gu Jingze looked at her and smiled dotingly. He felt that she was helpless and happy at the same time. Seeing her proud look, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Gu, for thinking for me. You're welcome." Just don't call me stupid in the future. Gu Jingzi shook his head, but he kept Yang Lingxin's words in his mind. Lin Che said, I think you can slowly investigate this matter. If it's a big conspiracy, it's not good to alert the enemy now. That's right. Yang Lingxin may be a small character, but we still need to investigate the person behind her. Lin Che's real-life embarrassing tour became a hot topic because of these topics. Then, the production team realized that everyone's expectations for the embarrassing tour were still very high. Especially after Lin Che said that the production team was too poor, the production team suddenly felt that this was quite a good thing. So, they decided to make the production team even poorer. They advertised that the production team was very poor and hoped that people could help them if they saw a few participating artists living off the job. Everyone found it even more funny and kept giving suggestions to the production team on the official Weibo. In an instant, the production team had already whetted many people's appetites before they even started filming. On the other hand, the production team that went on a trip together was a little depressed. They didn't expect that the show that was going to challenge them would have so much attention. Luckily, their show didn't lose too much attention because of this. After all, it was a well-known show, so people were still looking forward to it. So, the two shows started planning for the start of filming. While Lin Che was busy, Gu Jingzi started to look through Yang Lingxin's information. Yang Lingxin had indeed been released from prison. She was taken out of prison because she was a foreign resident. After that, she changed her name and identity abroad. Until now, she was still a foreign citizen. Qin Hao said to Gu Jingzi, Sir, we've looked into it. The company that did this is called Bailui Group. It's a company registered in country M. Does this company have any grudges with us? I haven't found any grudges. The two companies don't interact much and have never cooperated with each other. But, I don't know if there are any grudges between the subsidiary companies. Gu Jingzi shook his head. It can't be a small grudge. They spent so much effort to get her out of prison and specially train her. It can't be a small matter. There must be some secret plan and the motive must be very deep. It's just that we don't know about it yet. Give me the information about the current leader of Bailui Group. Qin Hao put down the information and said, Sir, the boss of Bailui Group is an Asian. He grew up in country M, but his wife seems to be from country C. It's said that he and his wife are very close. He loves his wife very much and takes her with him everywhere he goes. He listens to everything she says and is very obedient. Who's his wife? Here's the photo. Qin Hao pointed at it to Gu Jingzi. Chapter 899. Gu Jingzi picked up the photo. It was a photo taken from afar. The person shown on the screen was a slender woman with a beautiful face. Although one couldn't see her face clearly, one could feel that she was a very elegant beauty. One couldn't tell her age from her face, but it made people feel that she should be very old, but she was very well taken care of. However, he didn't know if he was mistaken, but he felt that this woman looked familiar. He didn't know where he had seen her before. Gu Jingzi looked up. Are you sure I've never seen her before? Qin Hao replied, Of course I'm sure, sir. She left the country when she was very young and has never returned to country C. Gu Jingzi frowned and put down the photo. He must have a motive for doing this. There must be a purpose behind this. Find someone else to follow and investigate. Yes, sir. Oh yes, Mr. Mo. Speaking of this troublesome person, Gu Jingzi sat there and frowned. How is his recovery in the hospital? He's recovering very quickly. Alright, you can leave now. Chen Yuqing's hospital. Mo Jinyan stood there, looking outside. Your leg just recovered. Are you alright standing there? Gu Jing's voice came from behind. Mo Jinyan turned around and looked at Gu Jingze. Don't worry, I would have died long ago if I didn't even have the ability to recover, Mo Jinyan said. Gu Jing's hand swept across the things in the room. The facilities here were not bad. Other than the fact that he couldn't go out, his life here should be pretty good. Mo Jinyan turned around and looked at him. Did you find out what I said? Am I right? Gu Jingze said, that's still pending. Since you haven't killed me yet, it means that you trust me. That's right, I want to trust you, but you have a bad record. So, I'm not sure if trusting you is the right choice. Mo Jinyan looked at him and said, Gu Jingze, if I really wanted to kill you, it's not that I couldn't find the opportunity to do so in the past when I was alone with you. Yes, I hate the Gu family, I hate Gu Xianda even more, and I even hate your father, but I really don't have any grudges with you. I can tell right from wrong, and I know that you're not an insider. Gu Jingze leaned on the side and looked at him. Tell me, who is your mother? Mo Jinyan shook his head. I don't know. Then, who saved you, adopted you, and told you all this? It's Yun Kuishan's brother, Yun Kuai, he said. Gu Jingze smiled coldly. The Yun family, Mo Jinyan said, I always called him godfather until I was 10 years old and went out on my own. Since then, I haven't seen him much and we've only talked over the phone. Everything I have now has nothing to do with the Yun family. He helped me in the beginning, but after that, it was all my hard work. So, you don't have to confuse me with the Yun family. Gu Jingze said, I have my own judgment. Gu Jingze was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw someone trying to barge in. The Gu family security guards immediately stopped them. The people outside stood there, refusing to leave no matter what. Gu Jingze looked outside. Inside, Mo Jinyan immediately took 2 steps forward and said, those are my people. They must have something important to discuss with me. I hope to meet them. Otherwise, if something really happens and we get into trouble, it might not be a good thing for you. Gu Jingze raised his brows and looked at him, nodding in agreement. He signaled the people outside with his eyes, and the people outside let them in. The people who came in had all their weapons handed over and walked in with nothing on them. When they saw Mo Jinyan, they quickly bowed and said, Boss, you told us to pay attention to Miss Mu. Today, her house was broken into. The intruder claimed to be her husband. We tried to stop him but were stopped by the police he brought. Mo Jinyan paused. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes as he listened. Mo Jinyan looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze, you promised me to protect her back then. You won't go back on your words now, will you? Gu Jingze looked at him. I won't go back on my words. I want to go over and take a look. I'll send someone over to handle it. That's not your woman. I won't be at ease if you handle it. She's Lin Che's friend. I won't sit back and do nothing. Not doing anything and doing well are 2 different things. I won't be at ease, Mo Jinyan said. If you stop me, aren't you afraid that my men will tell Lin Che? They'll say that you disregarded Mu Firen's life because you were angry at me. Let's see if she will have any complaints about you. Gu Jing's expression changed. But when it came to Lin Che, he did take it seriously. He glared at Mo Jinyan and waved his hand, silently agreeing to it. But my men have to follow. Your men stay back, Mo Jinyan said. Since I've already told you everything, I have no intention of running away. The food and drinks here are good and the medical care is the best in the country. I'm well taken care of here. Why should I leave? With that, Mo Jinyan waved his hand and got someone to bring his coat over. Then, he strode out. Gu Jingze gave his men a look and told them to follow him. Although Black Hawk's people were already there, Mo Ding was indeed Mu Firen's legal husband, so it was reasonable for him to take the police there. Black Hawk's people didn't want to confront the police directly, in case someone took the chance to attack them when they couldn't come out to deal with the problem. Mo Ding looked at Mu Firen in the room. He smiled proudly. Looking at Mu Firen's house, he snorted and said, "This place is decorated well. If it's good enough, I'll move here." Mu Firen said angrily, "This is my home. You'd better get out. I'm your husband. This is your home, so it's also my home." "No way. This place has nothing to do with you." "Why not? We're legally married. Half of your things are mine. Now my company is in danger and needs 30 million yuan. Give me 30 million yuan and I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll wait for our daughter here." "You? How can you be so shameless?" "I'm shameless. Give me back the photo of me and Jingjing first. Then I can discuss with you whether I'm shameless or not. Otherwise, how can you say that I'm shameless if you can do such a thing?" "Ha, you and Wei Jingjing can do such a thing and take such a photo. Why wouldn't I dare to release it? Moreover, I was kind enough to censor it for you." After Mu Firen released Wei Jingjing's photo, people guessed that she must be from the entertainment industry, although they didn't know who she was. Those who were familiar with Wei Jingjing naturally knew that it was her and Mo Ding. Wei Jingjing's reputation was ruined and she was hiding at home, not daring to go out. Chapter 900. Mo Ding said, "All right, Jingjing knows she's wrong. She shouldn't have offended you. Let's not talk about this now. Today, about the money, Mo Ding, I earned all of this money. I worked my ass off to catch up on work to earn it. Mu Firen, you're nothing without my support. How many times have you supported me? Are you rich or powerful to be able to support me? I rely more on my own hard work. I rely on my non-stop filming, endorsing, and rushing for work." Mo Ding stood up and stared at Mu Firen. His company had been slandered and lost 30 million yuan. If he couldn't make up for the loss, the company would be in danger. That was why he had to ask Mu Firen for money. After Mu Firen, the company also introduced a lot of newcomers, but most of them were not successful. Mu Firen was the only one who became a superstar, while the rest of the newcomers were just popular. They had to rush to work, accept commercial performances, and accompany some rich people to dinner. Their income was only enough for everyone to share, and they were not rich at all. Mo Ding had no choice. His family was still urging him to buy a house and emigrate. He had no choice but to shamelessly ask Mu Firen for money. She must be rich. She had saved a lot of money over the years. It was up to him whether she would give it to him. Mu Firen snorted and said, "Give up. I won't give you a single cent. Get out of here." Mo Ding looked at her. "If you don't give it to me, I won't leave. If the company is gone, I can only rely on you." Mu Firen had never seen such a shameless person. However, the more shameless a person was, the harder it was to deal with him. At this moment, outside, the police looked at the people from Black Hawk and didn't dare to go forward. Although they didn't say who they were, they didn't look like good people. However, the police felt that they were policemen after all and they weren't afraid of ordinary hooligans. Not to mention ordinary hooligans, even if it was some rich businessmen, they wouldn't be afraid. After all, they had to rely on the government to survive. If they didn't follow the police, they would just be waiting to be picked on. After interacting with them for a long time, those rich people would also give face to the police. Otherwise, if something really happened, the county magistrate would not be able to handle it on the spot. Looking at the group of people, the police said, "The couple is discussing inside. What's the point of you being here?" The people from Black Hawk looked at the policemen who were guarding the place. "They are husband and wife, but it's only in the eyes of the law. That man isn't a good person and you let him in just like that. Isn't that a little too irresponsible? I remember that we have done a good job protecting women." After Gu Jingming took office, the first thing he did was to protect women and children. In recent years, many laws had been put into effect. However, because country C was a traditional country after all, many people had not changed their traditions. They still felt that the matters between husband and wife were just a quarrel at the head of the bed and a reconciliation at the end of the bed. Outsiders should not interfere. Sometimes, people didn't know that in many cases, it was the quarrel between husband and wife that led to murder. Some people definitely didn't just quarrel, but had their dignity completely violated. But these policemen didn't dare to do anything. It's not like nothing happened. "Listen, there's no movement at all," the policeman said casually. At this moment, outside, a car finally drove over. When they saw that it was the Gu family's car, they couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Why didn't their boss come? However, they soon saw that their people had caught up with them. The car that was being guarded in the middle drove in first. The first person to get out of the car was Gu Jingze, followed by Black Hawk. He was dressed in black, which made people feel that he was filled with hostility. When he got out of the car, his aura was even more intense. His eyes were filled with a gloomy aura, which made people feel as if the surrounding temperature had dropped by a few degrees. Two men of similar height walked in one after another. The policeman, who had thought that nothing was going to happen, couldn't help but become alert. When he saw Black Hawk, his men almost burst into tears. They hurried over and greeted him, "Boss. Boss, you're finally here." Black Hawk looked inside and asked, "Where's Mu Firen?" "Boss, she's inside," Black Hawk's men said as they pointed inside. Black Hawk's eyes darkened when he heard that. "What? She's inside?" With that man called Mo Ding. Black Hawk's expression immediately turned cold. He gritted his teeth, pursed his lips and pushed the man aside angrily. "How can you let her stay in the same room with that bastard?" Black Hawk was about to walk inside as he spoke. When the policemen saw this, they wanted to stop him. However, Black Hawk glared at them angrily and the policemen quickly withdrew their hands. Black Hawk kicked the door open and walked in. In the living room, Mo Ding was about to approach Mu Firen when he raised his head and saw Black Hawk walking in. His black clothes were still fluttering, which made Mo Ding's heart skip a beat. What? What do you want?" Mo Ding was very afraid of him. He looked outside and shouted, "Is anyone here? Where's the police? Police, this man is violent." Mu Firen was a little surprised to see Black Hawk come in suddenly. However, she was so touched that she ran over and looked at Black Hawk. "You're here." Black Hawk looked at Mu Firen and pulled her behind him. Mo Ding couldn't help feeling disgusted when he saw Mu Firen's eyes sparkling when she saw him. Mu Firen's eyes sparkled when she saw a man. Black Hawk snorted. "Go ahead and shout. I'll see which police officer dares to stop me." Mo Ding's throat froze, and he felt it tighten. Who was this man? Not only was he so arrogant, he wasn't even afraid of the police. Mo Ding admitted defeat. He looked at him and said, "This is my family's business. I'm not going to do anything. I just want some money. Our company lost 30 million yuan, and she gave it to me. Everything will be fine. Now that she has a relationship with a big shot like you, 30 million yuan is nothing to her. We're husband and wife." Mu Firen was even more surprised when she heard this. She said to Mo Ding, "Get lost. 30 million yuan. I won't give you a single cent. That's my hard-earned money. Why should I give it to you?" "Hey, woman." Mo Ding said angrily, "We're husband and wife after all. Don't you care about our relationship for so many years?" "Relationship? Stop dreaming. You." Mo Ding looked at Mu Firen. "Be careful that I don't expose this to the public. You'll see how everyone treats your daughter. Just wait for your good daughter to be talked about behind her back." Mu Firen's nose turned sour. Are you even human?" Black Hawk's eyes sharpened when he heard that he was going to do something to Yun Yun. He went up and kicked Mo Ding in the chest. "What did you say? What are you going to do to Yun Yun?" "Ouch." Chapter 901. Mo Ding knew that he couldn't beat him, so he got up and ran out. Mo Jinyan was about to chase after him when Mu Firen pulled him back. "All right, he won't dare to do anything to Yun Yun. He just likes to scare her." Mu Firen knew him very well. Perhaps in the beginning, she did not understand him, so she was deceived by him. But later, when she really saw him for who he was, she realized that her brain was really deceived, which was why she felt that this man was charming. In fact, he was an incompetent and timid man. Perhaps he was good-looking and had a good family background, but he was not as good as she had imagined. He was just an ordinary man. Because of love, she had dressed him in a golden outfit. But he wasn't worthy at all. Mo Jinyan didn't chase after him after Mu Firen pulled him back. He turned back to look at Mu Firen. "He didn't do anything to you, did he?" Mu Firen shook her head. "No." Mo Jinyan stopped, looked around, and found a place to sit down. Mu Firen hadn't realized that there was something wrong with his leg. Mo Jinyan looked up. "Since you have no feelings for him, why don't you divorce him?" Mu Firen said, "I wanted to divorce him, but he didn't agree." "Didn't agree? How can he not agree to this?" Mo Jinyan said. Mu Firen sighed and looked out of the window. The worry on her beautiful face was very real. "I know that if we go to court, we might get a divorce. But although their family isn't rich, they have some connections in the court. If they interfere, it won't be easy for me to get a divorce. Plus, I'm a public figure. Although I've retired and haven't released any works for a long time, there are still many people who know about me. I don't care about Mo Ding, but I'm worried that Mo Ding will make a big deal out of this and bring trouble to Yun Yun. Yun Yun doesn't have a father and she's not Mo Ding's biological daughter, so Mo Ding won't care about Yun Yun. But now everyone thinks that Yun Yun is his child. If it's announced that Yun Yun isn't his flesh and blood, I don't want Yun Yun to get hurt." Yun Yun didn't have a father. No, Yun Yun did have a father. Mo Jinyan wanted to get up to speak, but the moment he moved, he felt a pain in his leg. He clutched his leg, and his knees buckled. Mu Firen noticed that something was wrong and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong?" At this time, Gu Jing's voice slowly sounded at the door. "There's a hole in your leg. Don't try to be brave." Gu Jing's expression was calm as he calmly walked in and looked at Mo Jinyan. Mo Jinyan raised his head and glanced at Gu Jing's. He held his leg and didn't move. Mu Firen hurried over to help. "What's going on?" "Poking a hole." "What does that mean?" Before Mo Jinyan could reply, Gu Jing's said, "He was shot in the leg and shoulder. He hasn't recovered yet." Mu Firen looked at him in shock. Mo Jinyan raised his head and glared at Gu Jing's. Gu Jing's said, "Miss Mu, since the matter has been resolved, I'll take my leave first. If there are any problems, please let me know. As for him, Gu Jingze looked at Imogen Yen. I'll have someone stay here to keep an eye on him. When you return to the hospital, remember to go back with my people. Gu Jingze said nothing more and turned to leave. Imogen Yen looked in the direction in which he left and smiled secretly. He was still willing to believe in him after all. However, the shock on Mu Firen's face didn't end there. She looked at Imogen Yen in shock and asked, "How did you get shot?" Imogen Yen rested his hand on his leg and smiled casually. "It's fine. It's already healed." Mu Firen knew that they weren't from the same world. It was impossible for her to guess what kind of experiences he had. For example, she had seen things like being shot in television dramas. However, she had always felt that such things were so far away from her. But when it came to him, it was nothing out of the ordinary.
Mu Firen hurriedly said, "Then what do we do now? Can I take a look at the wound?" Imogen Yen looked at her and nodded his head silently. Mu Firen asked him to sit properly and squatted down. She pulled open his pants and looked at the wound. It was indeed a big wound and it was already healing. The gauze wrapped around it had some yellowish medicine. Mu Firen said, "It looks like it's time to change the dressing. I'll help you." "There's no need to go through so much trouble," Imogen Yen said. Mu Firen said, "It's no trouble at all. I'm really sorry that you're still helping me when you're injured. I'll help you apply the medicine. Wait a moment, I'll ask them for the first aid kit." Mu Firen was really grateful, so she wanted to do something for him. Mu Firen went out to ask for the first aid kit. She returned to his side and helped him remove the gauze. Looking at the wound was really shocking. It was the first time she had seen a wound caused by a gun. Of course, because of the surgery, it didn't look as it used to, but it was still a ghastly sight. She didn't know how Imogen Yen was shot, nor did she know what he had experienced. She just felt that it was really weird to look at him like this. "If it hurts, let me know," she said hurriedly as she looked at the scary wound. However, Imogen Yen only looked at her as she applied the medicine. He didn't say a word, not even a grunt. It was as if the wound didn't grow on his leg. Mu Firen couldn't help but feel that he was so strange. He was so tough and didn't make a sound. She raised her head, only to see his eyes staring back at her. She couldn't help blushing and quickly lowered her head. She felt that his gaze was so domineering that she couldn't look him in the eye. What was he doing? She hurriedly applied the medicine and regretted being so close to him. "It's done," she said. "Yeah, I saw it," Imogen Yen said. Mu Firen said, "You're amazing. Don't you feel any pain?" "There's no reaction even after applying the medicine." Imogen Yen stood up calmly and stepped on his foot. "This injury is nothing. A man shouldn't make a sound." He seemed to be referring to something. Mu Firen couldn't help but think of Mo Ding. After being kicked, he wailed on the ground. Compared to Mo Ding, Imogen Yen was more and more like a man. And a grown man. Mu Firen looked at him and felt strange for a moment. How could there be such a man in the world? It was like a dream, like a scene in a movie, but he was right in front of her. He was a real man. Mu Firen didn't dare to think that he would have any other relationship with her. She was a married woman with a child. She was no longer a willful little girl who thought of unrealistic things. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was so cruel.
Chapter 902. When Imogen Yen left, he looked at her and said, "Think of a way to get a divorce." Mu Firen smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll think of a way soon. Long-term pain is better than short-term pain." "If he doesn't agree, I'll think of a way for you," he said. Mu Firen didn't want to trouble Imogen Yen too much, so she looked at him gratefully. For a moment, she felt that although Mo Jinyan was a fierce person, he looked like a good person in front of her. Meanwhile, Lin Che was still filming. Nangong, you didn't seem to be in a good mood today. When he looked at her, he was expressionless. Lin Che didn't know if she had offended him, but she felt that his attitude towards her was different from when they were filming. Of course, she was thinking too much. Maybe the director was just in a bad mood because of something else. After work, Lin Che went back to the hotel room. She saw Nangong Yu walking over. Lin Che greeted him, "Director, are you going back to the hotel?" When Nangong Yu saw her, his expression was still normal. He just looked at her lightly and remembered that there were still some problems with the script. He said to her, "The part that was changed yesterday, go back and practice it well. You can shoot it tomorrow." "Oh, okay. I'll practice when I get back," Lin Che agreed. Nangong Yu looked at Lin Che. He couldn't be angry. She wasn't like other artists who lost their temper. She had a good temper and was very professional. He could see that. He thought that he couldn't be wrong about Lin Che. He didn't think that Lin Che was a worldly woman. He looked at Lin Che and paused. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a group of people standing outside Lin Che's hotel room. They were led by Gu Jingze, followed by a few tall unprofessional bodyguards. Nangong Yu immediately stopped talking and looked at them with narrowed eyes. "Lin Che, there's one more thing to warn you. Don't stay too long. Poor sleep will affect tomorrow's filming." Lin Che was stunned. Then, she looked up and saw Gu Jingze standing there. She immediately understood that Nangong Yu was talking about Gu Jingze. She said, "Director, alright, you can go do what you need to do." Nangong Yu put one hand in his pocket and walked away without sparing Lin Che another glance. Lin Che could only exhale. He felt that the words he wanted to say couldn't come out of his mouth, and his chest felt a little heavy. But Gu Jingze actually came. She looked up at Gu Jingze with a smile and hurriedly ran over. The entire floor of the hotel was basically booked by the production crew. Lin Che stayed in an ordinary suite, but it wasn't as luxurious as the one in Yin Shangshu's TV series. Because Nangong Yu didn't really like this kind of thing, the production crew had always been quite simple. Lin Che didn't really mind. It was just filming. As long as he could stay and rest well, it was fine. The people in the hotel noticed Gu Jingze, so they all turned to look at him. The man who came to the set with Lin Che previously came to the hotel to look for Lin Che again. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che as if he didn't see the people around him making guesses. "Are you done?" Lin Che said, "Why are you here and waiting for me at the door? Shouldn't you have told me first?" "Nothing," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che quickly looked around at the people around him, took out the room card, and entered the room. If it was someone else standing here, it would have been fine. But Gu Jingze was such an eye-catching person wherever he went, and he even brought someone else with him. Wasn't he like an animal in the zoo for people to admire? Passers-by would definitely come to take a look. Lin Che quickly pushed Gu Jingze in. His subordinates left first. Lin Che said, "You must tell me next time. I don't want everyone to start talking about you standing at the door waiting for me tomorrow."
Gu Jingze said, "Why? Is there something shameful about me waiting for you?" Seeing that Gu Jingze's eyes were already glaring at him threateningly, Lin Che quickly said, No, you misunderstood me." Lin Che hugged his arm in a fawning manner. She knew that this man liked to be petty. She said, "You're too good-looking and too outstanding. Don't I want others to look at you? I want you to be the only one looking at me. Can't I?" Gu Jingze glared at her. He thought to himself, this is the woman. Her flattery is so fake, but I like it. Lin Che chuckled and looked at him. Why did you suddenly come to the set? Nothing. I'm out for some business, so I dropped by. He looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Something happened to Mufirin just now. Do you know about it? I don't know. He had been so busy recently that he didn't have much contact with Mufirin. Their relationship wasn't the kind that he had to contact every day to prevent their feelings from fading. Even if they hadn't contacted each other for a long time, Lin Che still felt that Mufirin was her good friend, and that would never change. This kind of free interaction was much more relaxing than having to consciously maintain the relationship. There were only a few such friends in a person's life. Many people didn't even have a friend like this. She was lucky to have so many friends like this. What happened to Firen? Lin Che asked hurriedly. Gu Jingzi said, it's fine. It's been solved. Heiying only went to solve Mu Firen's problem. Lin Che said, oh, did Mo Ding cause trouble for her again? Although it's just a small problem, you should persuade your friend to solve it as soon as possible. Lin Che knew that she and Mu Firen had thought of some ways to solve it, but they were both worried that it would affect the child if it got out of hand. In the end, he just let it go and muddled along. Just then, Lin Che noticed another problem. She looked at Gu Jingzi. Do you mean that you let Heiying go? Gu Jingzi leaned against the chair and rubbed between his eyebrows tiredly. My man went with him. Oh, you're already very lenient by agreeing to let him go. Gu Jingzi, actually, you don't want to have such a bad relationship with Heiying, do you? Lin Che leaned over, sat next to Gu Jingzi, and looked at him. Gu Jingzi looked in front of him with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. If what he said is true, then he is also the flesh and blood of my Gu family. I can't keep him locked up forever, and I can't keep him locked up forever. If he wanted to escape, he would have a chance to do so sooner or later. However, it seems that he doesn't want to escape now, so it proves that what he said is true. Lin Che knew that he wanted to solve this problem, but it didn't seem like it was someone else's business, and it didn't seem like it could be solved easily and neatly. It was a complicated matter that involved blood, family, and friendship. She leaned on Gu Jingzi's shoulder. Don't think about it anymore. Just solve it in a simple way.
Anyway, no matter what you choose, it will be solved eventually. Am I right? Chapter 903. Gu Jingzi felt that he wasn't as awkward as he used to be when he was next to her. There had always been rumors that he was very harsh to people. However, he was harsh to people because he was easily driven to a dead end. He had to do whatever he wanted and couldn't delay it. However, Lin Che was a calm and easygoing person. No matter what happened, she would let nature take its course. If it were anyone else, he would have gone crazy. However, it was Lin Che. He felt that he had become more patient and calm because of her. He liked to plan everything, but now, he felt that even if he couldn't plan everything, it didn't matter. If he couldn't control it, he would let nature take its course. Just like Lin Che said, it would be solved eventually. There would always be a way to solve it. Gu Jingzi felt that he had been led astray by her. However, the strange thing was that he was willing to do it. Gu Jingzi leaned against the wall and looked at Lin Che. He scanned the room. Lin Che said, it's pretty bad here, but it's filming. It's okay if it's a little tough. Gu Jingzi's hand reached into her clothes. It's okay. Lin Che said quickly, stop fooling around. What are you doing here? It's not good. You should go back. How is it not good? This place is so old and run down. Of course it's not good, it's okay. With you here, everything is good. He pressed down on her. He had been feeling a little stressed these few days, so he wanted to release it on her body. It was as if he could find comfort in her body. Lin Che felt that she was bewitched by his gentle movements. It was as if he was seducing her on purpose. Every movement was as gentle as the caress of a feather or as if the sun was shining on her. It made her feel warm and comfortable, and she couldn't help but open her heart. However, she should have known that no matter how gentle the beginning was, it couldn't stop the intensity later on. Towards the end, he couldn't control himself anymore. He kept doing it until she wanted him alive. Only then did he stop. At night, Gu Jingze snuck out from the side door. Lin Che felt that Gu Jingze was too much. He had to come here and sneak out in the end. She couldn't help but find it hilarious that the great CEO Gu was sneaking away like this. She almost burst out laughing. However, when she got up in the morning to shoot scenes, she saw Nan Gongyu as soon as she walked out. His expression was still as cold as ever. He greeted her and left without saying much. Lin Che found it strange and chased after Nan Gongyu. "Director, wait for me," she said as she walked over. Nan Gongyu stopped. "What's the matter?" Lin Che took a deep breath, pursed his lips and looked at him seriously. "Director, do you have a problem with me? Did I do something wrong? If there's anything wrong, you can tell me. You don't have to hold it in. Since I've signed a contract with you, I'll change whatever I did wrong during the filming period as long as it's reasonable." Nan Gongyu looked at her and scanned her from head to toe. Then, he said calmly, "No, you misunderstood." However, his words and his expression were two completely different things. Lin Che said, "Director, I don't like to beat around the bush and make wild guesses. If there's anything you want to say, just say it." Nan Gongyu looked at her and stared at her face. He couldn't help but say, "All right, since you said that you don't like to beat around the bush, then I'll be straightforward. I don't have anything against you. Although you brought a man to stay overnight and violated the crew's rules, I still don't dare to have anything against you because the man you stayed overnight with seems to be very powerful and I can't afford to offend him." Lin Che choked. But when she saw that Nan Gongyu had finished speaking, he walked past her coldly. His arrogant aura seemed to carry a hint of disdain, which made Lin Che's heart feel stifled. He wasn't like those directors who felt that there was some powerful person behind her, so he tried his best to curry favor with her and was very respectful to her. He was looking down on this common phenomenon in the entertainment industry. Lin Che knew that she had been misunderstood by him. He felt that she was being supported by a sugar daddy. She was also a little angry in her heart, feeling that he was making wild guesses. When Abai came, she saw Lin Che's angry face and quickly came over. "What's the matter? You look so bad." Lin Che said, "This Nan Gongyu's temper isn't small." Abai was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "He didn't provoke you, did he? He's a famous nationalist youth in the circle. Why else would he quit being an actor and become a director? Just think of him as a moron, thinking about making pure movies. Sigh, how can there be so many pure things in the world?" When Lin Che heard Abai say this, she wasn't so angry anymore. She said, "It's fine to have ideals, but he vented his anger on me for no reason and made wild guesses about me. It's really, alright, no matter how you guess, he still has to use you, because no one else can really act like this in his movie. You acted very well, so use your strength to slap him in the face. Don't worry about him." When Lin Che heard this, her heart was suddenly excited again. She snorted and said, "You're right, I should think like this. I want to use my strength to tell him that I'm not an embroidered pillow, I'm a real talent. If you look down on me, you're blind." From this day onwards, Lin Che didn't give him any face. If he acted, he would shoot his own scenes. If there was anything wrong, he would tell him and argue with him. For a moment, the two of them also had sparks flying on the set, which surprised the surrounding staff. There really was an artist who dared to argue with the director. Especially since this director was none other than Nan Gongyu, who had a lot of fans. He was the representative of the nationalistic youth, and his fans were also very hardcore. He was famous for his poisonous tongue on the internet. Not many people who argued with him won, so many people didn't dare to provoke him. In addition, his movies had always been very well received, and he had always been the only one on the set. This time, Lin Che had become the first actor who dared to question him for no reason. And the key was that even if Nan Gongyu wanted to argue with him, he didn't realize that sometimes, what Lin Che said was really right. Some feelings, some emotions, the expression of the script, and the lighting, Lin Che's words were all very insightful. She didn't film many movies, but she had quite a lot of television dramas. Every time a television drama was filmed for a few months, she was very familiar with the process and the various filming techniques. Although Nan Gongyu had been an actor before, he had only been an actor for a few years, and neither had he been a director for a few years. The director was not even a graduate and was self-taught, so he didn't have much to say. Although Nan Gongyu was very unconvinced, he had to admit that he had learned a lot of techniques from Lin Che that he didn't know before. So even if they quarreled, Nan Gongyu wouldn't continue filming with her the next day. The two of them were so nitpicking that the movie turned out to be surprisingly good. Everyone couldn't help but secretly say that if the two of them continued to quarrel like this, they might really end up with a good product. Chapter 904. After filming for that day, Lin Che continued to catch up with Nan Gongyu. Now that he saw Lin Che, Nan Gongyu looked impatient. But Lin Che ignored him and said directly, "You haven't told me about tomorrow's scene yet." "You're not going to tell me?" Nan Gongyu said, "Don't you have your own set? Do you still need me to care?" "Hey, director, are we going against our art?" Nan Gongyu looked at her. "Do you have something against me?" Lin Che suddenly felt that this question was similar to what she had asked him the other day. She tilted her head and smiled. "How could I have something against you? I just want to be responsible for the movie I act in." Nan Gongyu said, "If you have something against me, just say it." But Lin Che looked at him. "Do you think the questions I asked are professional?" "Yeah." Nan Gongyu had to admit it. "Then tell me, are what I said correct?" "I guess so." Faced with her aggressive look, Nan Gongyu had no choice but to say so. Lin Che replied, "Because I'm not like the director, who doesn't treat my actors professionally and criticizes them. Even if I feel that you're not professional enough in this aspect, I still have to treat you professionally. So, I'm showing you my professionalism right now." Did that mean that he had something against her private life before, or that he wasn't professional enough? Nan Gongyu looked at her. "Don't tell me that bringing your private life to the set makes you a professional." Lin Che looked at him. "Hey, what private life? How am I chaotic? Didn't the person I saw the other day come to look for you?" "Ha. As a husband visiting his wife on set, when did my private life become chaotic?" Lin Che said as she looked at him. Nan Gongyu paused and choked. He didn't know what to say. A husband visiting his wife on set? You call this a wife and husband relationship? Nan Gongyu wanted to say that he really couldn't tell that Lin Che was usually such a woman. How could she be so confident? Lin Che said directly, "Hey, get this straight. Our relationship is wife and wife. Don't tell me that you two don't call each other husband and wife, but something else." Lin Che said, "We're legally married to begin with. Normally, the filming crew and crew have a couple's leave to visit each other. I didn't ask for leave from you. I just wanted to see my husband, whom I haven't seen for a long time, in the middle of the night. How could you say that my private life is a mess?" do you think you're being professional? Nan Gongyu looked at her in surprise. You're married. Never heard of it. Lin Che raised his head. What, you're not going to interfere with my freedom of marriage, are you? Of course, that was impossible. He was just surprised. That man was actually her husband. He had indeed misunderstood. Nan Gongyu felt a little awkward for a moment. He stood there, avoiding her gaze. Lin Che straightened his back. So, don't you think you should apologize to me? Also, you have to acknowledge my professionalism and my responsibility. Nan Gongyu didn't say anything. Being forced to watch by Lin Che, he couldn't help but retreat as well. Tell me, hurry up and tell me, Lin Che continued to ask. If she had said this directly a few days ago, he could have replied with, whether you're professional or not depends on your performance in the future. However, she had already used her performance to prove her professionalism these few days. Now, she was telling him that he had misunderstood and was blocking his way out. Nan Gongyu had no choice. He was forced into a corner by her and could only say, okay. I apologize. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Only then did Lin Che smile in satisfaction. Looking at him, he nodded proudly and said, all right, I accept your apology. I hope that we can treat each other fairly in the future so that the movie can be shot with better results. All right. What else could Nan Gongyu say? He could only look at Lin Che helplessly. This woman. She really made people feel helpless. There was no one else who could be so serious to this extent. However, she had such good resources behind her and she was capable enough. Actually, it was only a matter of time before she became famous. He said, all right, let's go. Let's go talk about tomorrow's movie. Nan Gongyu was actually not a vengeful person. Since the misunderstanding between the two of them had been resolved, it was just as she said. Making a good movie was the goal that they both wanted to achieve. From the second day onwards, although the two of them were still serious about the movie, their relationship was obviously much better. Everyone also heaved a sigh of relief. They felt that the two of them working together was indeed much better than when they were working alone. In between filming, Lin Che still had to participate in the preliminary recording of the reality show. She was really busy. The recording of the reality show had been set, but it had not started yet. Lin Che took advantage of this time to apply for leave from the production crew and go home to celebrate Nian's birthday. Nian's birthday was coming soon, so Lin Che naturally couldn't miss her son's birthday. After his birthday, he would be a full 4 years old. Lin Che felt that time passed really quickly. Her son had already grown into a little child and was no longer the baby-like child he used to be. On his birthday, Gu Xinian received many gifts from the kindergarten. Lin Che was preparing his cake at home. After discussing it with the helpers at home, he started making it himself. Of course, her culinary skills were still not that good, so she basically had to be an assistant and let the helpers do it. Otherwise, she was worried that Gu Xinian might not even eat the cake. Just then, the helper outside called out, "Madam, young master is back." Lin Che quickly wiped his hands and walked out. Seeing the people following behind Nian Nian, who were carrying big and small bags of things, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. "These are all gifts. Who gave them to you?" Gu Xinian asked the people to put the things down in a very stylish manner before saying, "The kids from the kindergarten gave them to me." Wow! Lin Che walked over with a smile and patted his head. "We're so popular at the kindergarten every year. Tell mommy, are there more boys or girls who gave you gifts?" The helper who followed behind smiled and said, "Madam, look at the packaging. You can also tell that there are more girls who gave it to you. Young master has been a fan since he was young." Lin Che was even more amused when he heard that, but Gu Xinian looked like he was rejecting it. He said, "How boring." Lin Che said, Nian Nian, is there any kid that you think looks good?" Gu Xinian said, "No." Lin Che wasn't worried too early. She really thought that with Gu Shinian's arrogance, he might not be able to find a wife in the future. It would be easy to find a woman. How could a child of the Gu family not be liked by women? Just look at his father. However, finding a wife who was compatible with him was the most important thing. As his mother, she really didn't have any confidence in his EQ. She felt that he would scare away most girls. Chapter 905. When Gu Jingze returned, Lin Che took out the big cake. Gu Jingze walked in and smiled at Gu Xinian and Lin Che. Gu Xinian was forced to wear a red suit by Lin Che. It looked like a birthday party, but Gu Xinian didn't feel happy about it. Lin Che placed the cake on the table and said to Gu Xinian, "Mommy made this for Nian Nian." "Nian Nian, what do you think?" Gu Xinian said, "Mom, are you sure you did it?" "What do you mean?" Lin Che's face darkened as he looked at Gu Xinian threateningly. "If you didn't make it, I think we can still try it." "Get lost, you stinking brat. I worked so hard to make it, so you have to eat it even if you don't want to." "Mom, it's my birthday. You can't murder your own son today. What's wrong with it? Look, it's so pretty." Gu Jingze watched from the side, thinking that he had missed several of Gu Shinian's birthdays. This was the first time Gu Xinian had celebrated Nian Nian's birthday. He walked in. "Nian Nian." Gu Xinian turned around and said, "Dad, it's my birthday today and Mom is still bullying me." Lin Che put his hands on his hips and said, "What do you mean by I'm bullying you? I'm just offering my love and you don't appreciate it." Gu Jingze looked at the two of them and smiled. "All right, Lin Che. It's his birthday today. We'll let him have his way today." He walked over and hugged Lin Che. "We'll deal with him tomorrow. Even if it's past midnight, it'll still be the same." Gu Xinian looked at the two of them, speechless. Lin Che laughed when he heard that. He pulled Gu Jingze and said, "Okay, you're right. Let's give him face on his birthday. It's never too late for revenge. I'll save it up for today. After midnight, I'll teach him a good lesson." Gu Xinian curled his lips. As expected, the two of them were working together to bully him. He couldn't win against them. "Mama's not like she used to be," he said. "What's different from before?" Lin Che asked curiously. Gu Xinian said, "Mommy has a backer now." His father was so black-bellied. With him around, it would be hard for him to bully his mother. For a moment, he felt that it was a pity. However, he couldn't beat his father for the time being, so he could only admit defeat for the time being. Gu Jingze didn't forget that it was his birthday today. He lowered his head and asked Gu Xinian, "Today is your birthday. Tell me first, do you have anything you want as a present?" Gu Xinian said, Can I go shoot?" Lin Che never thought that Gu Xinian would actually think of something like this. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. "Shoot? You want to shoot?" Gu Xinian couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. He looked at Gu Jingze. "I want to shoot." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che, who was beside him. Lin Che immediately came over to stop him. "Why are you shooting? It's just a toy gun. I'll buy you 10. Go ahead and shoot." Gu Xinian said speechlessly, "Mom, can you not let me play with those 3-year-old things anymore?" Yes, it was his birthday now, and he was no longer a 3-year-old child. He was a 4-year-old child, Lin Che said, don't play with something so dangerous. Gu Xinian said, I just want to shoot it. It's not like I'm going to use it to hit people. Dad, this is my only birthday wish. You. Lin Che wanted to say more, but he was stopped by Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and shook his head lightly. He said, it's good to let him go over and take a look. There will be professional instructors watching from the side. We'll follow them too. Just let him look at the gun. There won't be any problems. But, he needs to learn how to defend himself. He doesn't know the complicated things, but he should know the simplest thing, how to pull the trigger. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand. Lin Che's heart sank. She knew that Gu Xinian was a child of the Gu family. He had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth and had a background that others envied. Similarly, he had to bear a burden that others couldn't imagine. He was dangerous as Gu Jingze. It was only natural for him to learn a little about self-defense. Although Lin Che always felt that it was a little strange to have a 4-year-old child involved with guns, this was the reality of Gu Xinian's life. His life, from the moment he was born, was destined to be different from ordinary people's. She couldn't use her childhood experience to deal with Gu Xinian. However, Gu Jingze had a lot of experience in this. Hence, since Gu Jingze said so, Lin Che could only agree. Lin Che looked at Gu Xinian and nodded unwillingly. Gu Xinian then shouted, "Hooray!" Gu Jingze said, "Don't celebrate too early. You might not even be able to pull the trigger when you get there." Gu Xinian said, "I've seen the operation videos." Gu Xinian had watched many videos and had wanted to try it himself. Gu Jingze brought the two of them out. Lin Che sat there and asked, "Where are we going to shoot?" "We have a gun club." "Don't worry, it's very safe. Some gun enthusiasts can go there to shoot." "Oh. Safety first." Lin Che didn't ask for anything else but for Gu Xinian to give it a try. It would be best if Gu Xinian found out that he couldn't even hold a gun and decided not to touch a gun anymore. How could such a dangerous thing be handled so casually? Soon, the three of them arrived at the shooting club. The family of three got out of the car. Lin Che looked up and found that, as expected, there were people here. Nowadays, everyone liked new and interesting pastimes. Fishing, shooting, and horseback riding had become the common pastimes of the wealthier people. Hence, there were a lot of people here. The family of three entered. Gu Xinian couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He looked like he was eager to try. Looking at the rows of weapons on display, it already made people feel that it was full of masculinity. However, most of the people who came here were young people. Some men and women came to join in the fun. Occasionally, there would be people who looked very skilled who came to play, and the skills they displayed amazed the people around them. When the club's coach saw that it was Gu Jingze, he immediately came over to welcome him. "Mr. Gu, are you here to shoot? But our shop doesn't have a coach who is suitable for you. No coach can compare to your shooting skills." Gu Jingze looked at Gu Xinian and said, "No, I brought my child here to have a look." The shop owner looked at the young child in surprise. This child. He couldn't even reach the shooting platform. How could he shoot? However, he was from the Gu family, and the young master of the Gu family, naturally, he played differently from ordinary children. Children from ordinary families only knew how to watch cartoons and play small games. However, the Gu family's child was brought to the shooting club at such a young age. Chapter 906. The shooting range was a series of passageways. Each passageway was blocked by safety glass. Everyone could see each other, but they couldn't attack each other. This made shooting more enjoyable and safe. Gu Xinian looked excitedly at the gun that the coach had brought over. He looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Dad." Gu Jingze said, "All right, coach. Thank you. I'll teach him." Of course, the coach didn't dare to object. He quickly smiled and nodded. He put down the gun and watched quietly at the side. Gu Jingze deftly assembled a small gun and explained to Gu Xinian, "You should start learning from this small one. This small one is easy to operate and it's easy to focus. But one day, the recoil will be very strong. You have to be careful. The recoil will affect your shooting accuracy. You might think that you've aimed well, but when you shoot, you'll be affected by the recoil and you'll miss. Understand? I'll shoot once for you. Watch carefully." "Okay." At this moment, Gu Xinian looked very obedient and sensible. Lin Che wore her explosion-proof goggles and watched from behind. She was speechless as she looked at the father and son. They seemed to have forgotten about her and weren't going to care about her. However, the two of them had changed into shooting gear. Although Gu Xinian was small, he was dressed decently. Gu Jingze was even more so. It was rare for him to wear a full set of uniform. He looked neat and dashing. Anyone who saw him would be stunned. Lin Che didn't leave. She felt that just standing there and looking at the big and small pair was very pleasing to the eye. The girls who had followed the men here noticed them. They saw that Gu Jingze was also wearing a handsome explosion-proof goggles. Half of his face was covered, making him look very chiseled. His gaze behind the light brown goggles looked even colder. It was so calm that it made people gasp in admiration. That appearance was really too charming, how could one not look at it? His dark green uniform made him look gloomy. He picked up the gun with one hand and stretched out the other. He aimed at the target in front of him without blinking. His eyes were as sharp as a cheetah's. He squinted his eyes and with a slight flash, he fired the gun. Bang! Bang! The gun hit the target. The coach applauded, "Mr. Gu is as amazing as ever." Gu Jingze pursed his lips slightly and turned around to look at Lin Che. Seeing her smiling like a love-struck fool, he laughed even more inwardly. He lowered his head and said to Gu Xinian, "You're still young and weak. You won't be able to control the recoil. Hold the gun with both hands, like this." He held the gun with both hands, loaded it, and fired. His movements were so smooth that it was amazing. After hitting the target a few more times, Gu Jingze put down the gun and skillfully changed the magazine on a small table beside him. Gu Xinian was also amazed. Although he did not show it on his face, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Gu Jingze said, "Try it." Gu Xinian said, "Yeah, okay." The coach smiled at the back and thought to himself, "It's definitely not okay to let the child try just like that." But anyway, he did not bring such a young child here to teach him how to shoot. It was definitely just to let him have some fun. Gu Xinian looked at the target in front of him and lowered his head to look at the gun. He picked it up and studied it for a while. The coach hurriedly looked at the side carefully in case the child did not know how to shoot and accidentally fired. The reason he stood there was to prevent that from happening. However, Gu Xinian only looked down and didn't do anything. His heart was in his throat, but in the end, nothing happened. Gu Xinian just calmly picked up the gun. The people outside couldn't help but look over. They looked at the little kid holding the gun as if it was a joke. They felt that it was a waste of money, a waste of space, and a waste of bullets for such a young child to play with this. However, Gu Xinian didn't seem to notice anyone. He only had eyes for the target in front of him. The muzzle of the gun was pointed outwards, and he gripped the gun tightly with both hands. He heard Gu Jingze instructing him, "Don't be so tight. Remember to be skillful." "Okay, Dad," Gu Xinian replied. Then, he imitated Gu Jingze and finally pulled the trigger. There was a bang. He looked just like his father. He imitated his father very well. He was really good at imitating. It was a pity that the bullet was a little off target. The front showed that the bullet had missed the target. However, even so, everyone was already stunned. They felt that such a young child's actions were not any worse than those of the adults. In fact, his actions looked even more professional than them. This child was too smart. Gu Jingze said calmly, "Familiarize yourself with it. Master your strength and continue to shoot." Gu Xinian heard him and continued to shoot. This time, there was a bang and he hit the target. Although it was still a little off target, he had improved a lot. At first, everyone thought that it was just a coincidence. However, Gu Xinian continued to shoot a few more times. Each shot was more accurate than the previous one. Although he didn't hit the bullseye, it was already shocking enough. Such a young child, everyone's expressions changed from mockery to admiration. They couldn't help but look at the family of three. Because they were all wearing uniforms, they couldn't tell who was who. They could only see that the family of three didn't look ordinary. Each of them looked so outstanding. When they walked together, they would definitely be very eye-catching. Gu Xinian was a little dispirited. He raised his head and said, "I didn't hit any of them." Gu Jingze said, "You can do it next time. Because you don't have enough strength, you can't control the recoil well." Gu Xinian said, "Okay." Lin Che had thought that it would be very difficult. However, seeing that Gu Xinian had mastered it so quickly, he couldn't help but think that shooting wasn't that difficult after all. Gu Jingze said, "It's already very good." Lin Che said from behind, "That's why you have to eat more to build up your strength. Go back and eat well." Gu Xinian turned around and pouted. Lin Che said, "Looks like shooting isn't that difficult after all." Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. "Why? You want to try too?" Lin Che said, "Can I?" Gu Jingze waved for her to come over. Lin Che eagerly walked over. The instructor smiled. He felt that their child was really a genius. And this wife, she didn't look very smart. Gu Jingze said, "Try it like what I taught Nian Nian just now." Lin Che said, "Aw. I didn't pay attention just now." Gu Jingze was speechless. He said, "Okay, I'll repeat it for you again." He repeated it again. This time, Lin Che listened attentively. After listening, she didn't think that it was a big deal. If she could hit a child, she didn't believe that she couldn't. Gu Jingze smiled and didn't point it out. He wanted her to try it herself. Lin Che picked up the gun and held it with one hand. Gu Jingze said, "Both hands." Lin Che turned around. "Isn't both hands a child's action?" You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.